devoid of potholes. When it rains, ponds of river gathered in several places on the road. So when passing vehicle drove through them, they sent splashes of dirty water in all directions to soil our clothing. Some of the drivers left impression on our minds that they just wanted to show the young academics on the road who really was in charge of the road. Even if vehicles passing by on a rainy day did not cause us problems, the mud caused by the rain did so by swelling our feet. Fortunately, there was a small stream a few hundred meters away from the school. So we headed there and cleaned our feet before reaching the school compound. The fact that all of us, without any exception, walked barefooted to school brought with its own peculiar problems. In the dry season, the scorching tropical sun heated the ground we were walking on. As we walked along, we could feel the burning sensation under our soles. On some occasions, the driver of a vehicle pulled over and gave us a lift. Those were very rare instances, though in the first place, most of the vehicles that passed by were already filled to the last seat. Even if vehicles boasted a few unoccupied seats, the fact that we usually walk in a group of not less than 6 students at a time might have not been able to pick any of us. It is not hard to imagine the consternation on the forces. God bless our homeland, Ghana. We really had to hurry up to avoid being late for school. For failure to arrive on time could have seriously consequences. Later on, I will look more closely at the forms of punishment meted out to us. One had to be at school several minutes before the beginning of lessons. Why they needed to do so? The task of tidying up the school, the classrooms, the immediate as well as surrounding compounds fell to the lot of the school children. The whole population was divided into 4 sections, named respectively are the colors blue, green, red, and yellow. Each section had a leader selected from a class. Most seniors, most senior class, in the case of the primary school, this was primary 6. The section leader, in his turn, was accountable to the teacher. The immediate compound surrounding the school was divided among 4 sections. The section in turn allotted a piece of plot to each student. It was the duty of each student to keep his or her portion of plot tidy, including weeding it, and also collecting any trash that might have been discarded on it. It was expected of every student to visit his or her plot every day to make sure it was tidy. On regular intervals, the section teacher, or sometimes the head teacher himself, went round inspect the plot. Such inspections were mostly unannounced. Each student had to stand on his or her plot during the inspection. Woe unto him or her whose plot was untidy. He or she risked being caned. The actual school day began at 8:30 a.m. with an assembly that was held in the open in front of the school building. Each class lined up in 2 parallel lines facing the school building. Short girls in the very front, followed by the tall ones. Then the short boys like myself, and finally the tall ones at the back. Even the manner in which we formed the lines could bring a student into trouble. The lines were expected to be straight, and anyone caught disrupting it could be called forward for cane. Before the whole class, to achieve a decent straight line, each of us stretched the right arm and touched the shoulder of the child in front of him or her. After the school prefect or the student on duty that day had convinced him or her that the decent straight line had been formed, the order came for us to put our hands down. The assembly was opened with a Christian-based meditation. Though it was a state school, that fact did not cause offense to anyone. The population of the area were mostly Christian, the remaining being adherents of various traditional African were Muslims, most of whom lived in northern Ghana, which was several miles away from the borders of our little village. The meditation was followed by the recitation of the national pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers, and I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. Even students had to stand in the salute position during the recitation. Next, we sang the first stanza of the Ghana national anthem. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and the right. Fill our hearts with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us resist oppressors through with our heart and might forevermore. Each one of us was required to stand in the attention position during the singing of the anthem. In our part of the world, it was not usually on such an occasion for one to disturb by a fly or bee or both. Still, we were required to be motionless throughout the duration of the singing of the anthem. Those who were caught moving could reckon with a few lashes immediately after the song was over. After we had pledged ourselves to our nation and sang the national anthem, the teacher on duty or the head teacher, as the case be, read out announcements. Finally, they marched into their classroom, singing in most cases what turned out to be our favorite marching song. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching us to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. The school day was divided into two main sessions, namely the morning and the afternoon. For the primary school, which could be described as years 1 to 6 of the elementary school, the morning session began at 8:30 a.m. and ended at 11:30 a.m. This was followed by a lunch break, which lasted till 1:30 p.m. The afternoon session ended at 3:30 p.m. In the case of the middle school, year 7 to year 10, the morning session was from 8:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock noon, followed by a lunch break, which lasted till 1:30 p.m. In this case, the evening session ended at 4 o'clock p.m. In the primary school, one particular exercise became almost part and parcel of us. This was commonly known as mental. During mental, we were given problems in arithmetic, usually 10, sometimes 20 calculations to solve mentally. The teacher usually found the time to mark it soon after it was over. One or two errors by a student were usually permitted. More errors will result in being caned. During the lunch break, our classmates who hailed from Nyafuman returned home to enjoy hot meals prepared by their parents or relatives, or in the same cases, by themselves. Students from Impintimpi and elsewhere who did not come from Nyafuman, their home, had two options as far as the afternoon meal was concerned: either to bring cooked meal along in the morning to be eaten during break, or to carry raw foodstuff along that they could cook during the break time. The second option was favored by those who happened to have relations, friends, and other relatives were prepared to allow them into their homes to prepare the food. Understandably, most of us preferred the second option because of the hot meal guaranteed. In our case, mother had a friend who allowed us to cook in their home. Other classmates from Impintimpi and elsewhere who did not enjoy that privilege had to content themselves with eating meals they had come with in the morning. Needless to say, their food had turned cold by the time it was eaten. If mental arithmetic was a regular exercise for our young brains, in the morning dictation served to achieve a similar purpose during the afternoon session. The teacher read out 10 to 20 words that had to be spelled correctly. As in the case of mental, those who scored below the accepted mark set by could be caned. Chapter 6: The young academic on the point of explosion. Walking home from school in the evening was a more tedious undertaking compared to the morning walk to school. Not only was one exhausted from this activity, but usually also hungry and thirsty. Those who might have thought we would enjoy immediate despite returning home from a tedious day's activity at school we have jumped to premature conclusion. Indeed, most of our parents took the assistance we would offer. On our return from school into consideration when they set out to prepare our evening meals. As I will later explain in some details, fufu, our main evening meal, was prepared through a laborious manner of pounding the ingredients in a wooden mortar into balls. The balls are then swallowed down with soup. Our parents reckoned with our help in pounding fufu on our return from school. Thus, they timed their preparation of the favorite meal in such a way that to allow the pounding phase to coincide with our return. One could read the anguished to pound fufu. Do not blame our parents. They themselves would, until then, also have endured several hours of bone-breaking work under the tropical heat, both on the farm and at home. The pounding of fufu can take anywhere between half an hour and an hour of laborious work, not devoid of considerable sweating during the process. Those who have lived in the tropical areas will bear me out that there is a rapid transition from daylight to darkness. By 7 p.m., at the latest, our little settlement was engulfed in thick darkness. The school day was not over, though we still needed to do our homework. Our school teachers did not reserve homework only for the weekend. They also assigned us with tasks that needed to be resolved overnight, ready to be presented in class the next day. We did not have access to electricity. Instead, we had to resort kerosene, lantern, or sweet kerosene lamps and endure the hot blast of heat that emanated from them. It was no fun learning with those lamps or lanterns, as the case may be. The smell of the burning fuel was, to put it mildly, irritating, while the young academic was already struggling with an assignment. The smell of the burning fuel added salt to the injury. Under such circumstances, any perceived provocation from one or another resident of the home, laughter, a scream, or a shout could cause aspiring academic to almost explode with fury. Finally, at about 9 p.m., we retired to bed. Good night and sleep well. One would want to wish us. That was indeed well deserved. If one, if only, if only the mosquitoes will understand that. But no, instead, they came to pester us. One could somehow understand them, for it was our blood that provided them their dinner. Whatever trouble the mosquitoes caused, initially we were so exhausted from the day's activity that they could not prevent sleep from soon overcoming us. The situation changed in the middle of the night after we had passed through the deep phase of sleep. Soon, one began not only to feel the burning sensation resulting from their bite, but to terribly irritated by the wishing noise emanating not only from Mr. and Mrs. Mosquito, but also accompany offsprings. Chapter 7. Awful experience with the red hot iron. We are tired to wash our school uniforms. On returning home from the farm on Saturdays, in case we failed to do so, we performed this on Saturdays. During the dry season, when the water was difficult to come by at the home, we carried our dirty items to the river to get them washed there. During the rainy season, when there was a regular supply of rainwater to fill our water collecting containers. We did the washing at home. One other reason we avoided the river at that time of the year was because it usually flooded its banks. After washing with our hands, we left them hanging in the sun to dry. At this point, I would like to introduce the reader to the concept of the starching our school uniform. The cassava or manioc tuber that abounds in our area is rich in starch. We obtained the starch by scratching the tuber free of its skin against a rough metal surface, adding water to the mixture, and finally pouring it on a sieve. The solution so obtained was rich in starch. There were two ways of applying the starch to our uniform. In the first instance, we dipped the uniform into the cold solution and allowed it to dry before pressing it with a charcoal iron. The second method involved first boiling the starch and spraying it on the surface of the uniform, pressing it immediately thereafter. He or she who wore the decently starched and pressed school uniform to school felt proud of his or her outfit. The matter did not end there. One could win points for his or her section. The converse was also true. One could penalized with negative points for one section if one appeared with a school uniform that was either not properly ironed or not ironed at all. In the latter instance, one could even be caned for putting on such a uniform to school. Our parents were so busy performing the daily chores if life that they had practically no time left to help us with the ironing of our school uniform. In the end, we were left with no option than to do so ourselves. Sometimes Sometimes the elder siblings helped their younger ones perform the task. That was not always the case. However, sometimes the elder siblings felt disrespected by their naughty juniors. Once junior ones and left them to sort out their own affairs. We rarely pressed our uniforms on tables. Instead, we did so on bed sheets. Spread on the bare, connected floor of our room, we had to assume the kneeling position beside the sheets to be able to do so. I still remember an awful experience. Awful experience I had one day as I was pressing my school uniform. I was barely 10 years old at the time. As I knelt beside the bed sheet spread on the floor, moving the red hot iron to and fro on the uniform, the hotly heated iron tilted in one direction. In the process, I lost my balance. Before I could prevent it, the top part of my right thigh, not far from the organ of urination, came into direct contact with the hot metal. Even as I write, the screaming and yelling at the top of my voice that resulted is still fresh in my memory. The metal bent away a chunk of skin, the shape of a rectangular measuring about 5 centimeters at the base and surrounding about 4 centimeters on each side. Did I receive any painkillers to soothe the pain? Negative. What about antibiotics to prevent infection? Still negative. A tree saying, has it that God drives away the ants from the animals deprived of a tail? My parents, in line with that thinking, might have trusted divine grace to help sort the matter out. And so it happened. It happened. For the wound healed without any complications. Call it a child labor, if you will. During our school days, our teachers used us to perform several kinds of jobs. The jobs varied depending depending on whether it involved primary or middle school students. We could, for example, be used to help a farmer harvest maize. There were two aspects of this. It could be that the farmer had done the harvesting of his own. Our duty was to carry the harvested maize in basket back home. On certain occasions, we did the harvesting as well as transported the produce to the home of the farmer involved. Rarely could a farmer provide enough baskets for every child. Usually, an announcement was made on the day prior to carrying out the job, calling on every student to carry a basket or a tray to school. The very young among us, especially those in primary year 1 to 3, were usually exempted from that type of work. If such a job needed to be done, it was usually carried out during the afternoon sessions. The morning session on the other hand, was rarely used for non-academic activities. Later, I will talk in some details of the making of palm kernel oil in the village. Palm kernel oil is obtained from the kernel, which is embedded in the nuts of the fruit of the oil palm. The nuts need to be cracked to obtain the kernel embedded in it. Sometimes school children were used to perform that function. It was not uncommon for the school children to be called upon to fetch water to fill the water containers of their teachers, or the wives, and in some cases the concubines of their teachers. As might be expected, that job was performed mostly in the dry season. We usually collected the water either from the wells or the New River. We served Nyafuman also. One particular job we did was not devoid of danger, namely the cutting of bamboo sticks. The sticks grew widely in the woods around Nyafuman. The bamboo sticks were used in various ways to build fences or hedges around the school garden to prevent animals from destroying the crops, or for constructing raised structures to dry cocoa beans in buildings, etc. Due to hazards associated with the cutting, we were usually accompanied by part of the teaching staff, who selected those considered matured enough for the part of the teaching staff. Other children were left with the duty of carrying the sticks on their heads over a distance of about a mile or more back to school. Because the bamboo stick could attain considerable height, it could hardly be carried a single student. Instead, two students, one at the head, the other at the tail, were made to carry a single stick back to school. One may want to know what kind of hazard was posed by the bamboo stick. The main one involved the cutting itself. The cutting can easily hurt you. If one, without the help, could easily split and can easily pierce into one's body and die. Sometimes, after one had cut through about half of the stem, it breaks with such force, and the stick forcibly spray into the air. In such a situation, one could easily be hurt. What happened to the money earned by the school carrying on such activity? Well, our teachers never tired of reminding us, especially when a job was in the hand, that the money earned was means for the good of the school. Still, rumors to the effect that our teachers chopped the money made during that tedious activity. Chapter 10. The school feast and the day of reckoning. Our day was a school feast to mark the end of a term. The common practice was for each class to organize a feast to mark the end of first term and second terms. The feast for the end of the third term, the academic year, on its part, usually involved the whole school. When the feast was organized by a class, the teacher asked students to bring them their share of food from home. Some had the option to enjoy it alone or share it with his or her friends. The latter was usually the case. Usually, friends joined the tables together and enjoyed meals together. Eating from the same dish, it was an advantage on such occasions to have friends whose parents were well-to-do, who could afford to prepare rich meals that one's own parents could not afford. At the end of the school year, many schools invested part of the money earned during the academic year performing various jobs to throw a party for the whole school population, depending on how much money the school could afford. A slip or a grate or several fowl were acquired for the purpose, usually rice, yams, and other foods. Whatever setting, the ritual followed a similar pattern. The class teacher the class teacher stood in front of the class or the school, and beginning from the first student who attained the overall best mark in all the subjects downwards, he or she called out. At the call of each name, the student concerned stepped forward to collect his or her terminal report. The accompanying applause grew less intense until it ceased all together by the time it was your turn. One might imagine the expression on the faces of fellow classmates as name after name followed and they failed to hear their names. The tension was particularly high during the gathering, end of year gathering, when a student might realize for the first time that he or she would have to be repeated the class. When the news finally came home to such students, some of them broke down in tears for a while. Some were inconsiderable. It was a pathetic sign to behold. 11. My cousin, the driver. My cousin, the driver. Our parents could not afford to provide us with toys, so we improvised on our own. Among other things, we built our own cars. My cousin, Kweku driver, had a particular obsession with building cars. It was indeed his obsession. Kweku designed and constructed his own toy cars, making use of fiber from branches of raffia palms. Whether it was the Bedford truck, Mercedes-Benz, or Toyota pickup, my cousin was capable of building toy initiated by him. With the help of raffia palm, after we built the body of the vehicle, we provided the answer. Onyina is a tree that grows in our part of the world. These trees can attain considerable sizes and also height. The roots of the young trees were particularly suited for the purpose, being enabled us out for the wheel of the car. To obtain the roots, we selected a suitable tree and traced one or more of the pots, which can grow several meters from the stem towards the periphery. We then dug around it to lay it bare of soil. Finally, we served it from the main stem and carried it home. The village news broadcaster and the naughty children. The village news broadcaster and the naughty children. The vehicle of the gong beater at Impintimpi can be linked to be that of the press spokesperson at the White House in the Washington, D.C. The office of the gong beater. The office of the gong beater at Impintimpi can be likened to that of the press spokesperson at the White House in Washington at 10 Darwin Street in London, or in Berlin. In some ways, he is like the town crier of olden time in Britain, who rang a bell before making public announcements on the street. Selected by the chief from one of the young men of the community. This personage has the duty of announcing to the community any important news or events they needed to know about. They could be something the chief himself wanted to pass on to his subjects, or an event happening that someone living there wished to pass on the wider community. Such an individual cannot, on his or her own, request the gong beater to spread the news items on his or her behalf. Instead, tradition requires he or she calls first on the chief to inform him about the matter. The head of the community, in turn authority gong beater to spread the news to the community as a whole. How does the gong beater go about his job in Pintimpi? He does so along the main road. As I mentioned earlier, divide the little settlement into two almost equal halves. Beginning from one end of the road, he moves along the road towards the other end, spreading his message. Koko, koko, koko. He beats hard on his gong. Impintimpi. He screams at the top of his voice. I extend warm greeting from Nana. He has asked me to pass such and such messages unto you. Kokun, kokun, kokun. He beats his gun again to signify the end of the announcement. He then moves to another direction, and a distance of about 100 meters. He stops, beats his gun once again, and repeats the message. From there, he walks another distance, 100. If it was one of the favorite pastimes of my peers, and I'm to follow the gong beater as he went about his duty. Children, oh, one session, we did not keep silent as we die, but instead yelled and cried. joining forces for the common good. The community came together on a regular basis to perform assignments beneficial to the community as a whole. Such activity came to be known as communal labor. There were some positive, unique usually the community set aside a particular day of the week during which they work hand in hand. How often do the society met for how often did the society meet for communal labor? One occasion that called for the counting together of the common community was the need to weed around the fringes. Other occasions that called for the coming together of the whole community was the need to weed around the fringes or the periphery of the village. Clear the path that led to the river of the weeds that threatened to encroach it. The weeding around the male and the female latrine. It was customary for the gong beater to go round the community on the compound. Usually, communal labor was what they used. Every adult was not prevented by the reason of ill health, and that expected to depart in the day's activity. Only the chief and the gong beater was exempted. Even as a moral booster for his subjects, failure to do part of the communal labor then then as now, the residents of Impintimpim engaged in the subsistence farming. The farmers relied solely on the rain. This set in towards the middle of April and lasted till the end of July. This is not to say that it rained continuously during that period. They could, however, reckon with a regular rainfall. They could, however, reckon with regular rainfall that will facilitate the growth of their crop during that time. The average farmer began to clear the piece of land intended for cultivation. In particular year, towards the middle of January or latest by July, the next stage involved the felling of some of the trees. I could only wonder how father managed to fell some of the huge trees. The next stage in the preparation of the field involved setting fire to the cleared bush. Before doing that, the farmer spent time preparing the periphery of the field with the aim of preventing the fire from spreading that of others. About and with our cattlers to plant and save. First, We dug a swallowed vehicle. Depending on the size of the field, it could take several days to finish the wheat. In the case of maize and cocoa, in the case of maize and cocoa, the day of judgment did not take long to arrive. Who among you committed such treachery as might be expected, and the planting process committed until all the crops and farmers set out to plant? In that time area, many farmers counted on the helping hands of his or her children. The phase of the cultivation process coincided with the Easter holidays, whereas our peers in the big towns and cities could enjoy relaxing at home, which their parents we woke we woke up early in the morning, sharpened our cutlasses, and headed for the farm. Sometimes We would eat our breakfast before making for the wood. After a tedious work, day's work on the fields, we returned home around 4 p.m. In our little village. We grew what we ate and ate what we grew. Apart from the meat and the fish we usually bought from the market, we relied mainly on the produce the farmer to sustain us. Without access to electricity or gas cooker, we had to rely on firewood for our cooking. With the tree that produces black gold, the tree that produces black gold. A Ghanaian legend has it that once upon a time, a Ghanaian sailor by name Tetekwashi, while returning to Ghana from a trip to Fena-Dupu, an island off the coast of West Africa, carried some cocoa pods along with him. On this return, he cultivated it on his farmland. Eventually, some residents got hold of cocoa from Tetekwashi. Whenever the truth concerning the arrival of cocoa in the country, it is an indisputable fact that cocoa has been and continues to be one of the main foreign exchange in Ghana. In June 2010, Ghana was the world's second largest cocoa producer, and Ivory Coast, her immediate neighbor to the west. Impintimpi lies within the cocoa growing belt of Ghana. So, it is not surprising. It's not surprising that Impintimpi has a lot of cocoa beans to the country as a whole. One thing I certain was cocoa to provide for everything we needed. By dint of account, Christmas followed closely on the heels of the main cocoa around the end of December. This fact made it possible for by parents, and this can be said of all the cocoa farmers at Impintimpi and elsewhere, to buy the new clothing for their children at Christmas. Though at that time, tuition was free from primary school right up to university. It is no exaggeration to state that without the cocoa beans, my parents would hardly have been in the position to meet the other expenses associated with the children's education. School uniforms and other boarding and lodging fees at that time, I was big enough to understand my environment. Father already boasted about 5 different small to medium-sized farmlands spread at the locations at average distance of about 2 kilometers from the village. In the preceding chapter, I will describe how the farmer cleared a plot of land for the cultivation of crop, and how he got the farmland cleared. The tree with 1,001 uses. A tree with 1,001 uses. In the foregoing chapter, I dwelt on the cultivation of cocoa and the financial benefits the farming population derives from it. I would like to dedicate this chapter to a plant and also provide immense benefits to the peasants of Impintimpi and elsewhere in the country, namely the oil palm tree. The oil palm tree enjoys one vital advantage over the cocoa tree. Indeed, whilst devoting much of our time and energy in the cultivation of cocoa, hardly anyone thought of that it was only later on in life that I got to know that cocoa was used to produce chocolate, cocoa butter, cocoa beverages, etc. After about 14 days of daily exposure to the sun, the beans were usually dry enough to be sold. After about 14 days, after about 14 days, it is dried and can be sold. The tree with 1,001 uses. A tree with 1,001 uses. In the foregoing chapter, I dwelt in the cultivation of cocoa and the financial benefits the farming population derived from it. I would like to dedicate this chapter to a plant that we all know as a plant that has 1,001 uses. And the name of the plant is palm tree or raffia palm tree. The only palm tree enjoyed one vital advantage over the cocoa tree. Indeed, while devoting much of our time and energy in the cultivating of cocoa, hardly anyone among us knew what the cocoa bean were good for. This could be said of average cocoa farmers in the country. It was only later in life that I got to know that cocoa was used in producing chocolate, cocoa butter, and cocoa beverages. Even if someone in the village was aware of this, what good could that be for us? Imagine a resident in Impintimpi spending money on items than cocoa. That may be absurd to the reader, but indeed, we labored all year long to produce cocoa without affording to purchase it. Starting from the branches, The fiber from the leaves was used for brooms to tidy our rooms and compound. The leaves were also used in roofing sheets to cover our building. The fiber from the palm branches could be used to weave baskets. Despite the benefits derived from palm nuts, one fruit, two edible oils. One fruit, two edible oils. Two types of edible oil can be obtained from the fruit of oil palm. Palm oil, which is reddish looking. It is extracted from the pulp that forms the outermost part of the fruit. Lying inside the pulp is what we call the root or the seed. That is the nut. The first step in preparing palm oil was to boil considerable amount of the palm fruit. After pounding for a while, then ensuring paste was emptied into a large bowl. Next, the mixture was poured into a large dish and allowed to boil for some time. Finally, the mixture is sieved to obtain a fine liquid or mixture out of the rest. That had in the meantime been set by a Nyanfuman. We didn't have to do so. Simple, peasant, cracking, complicated chemical formulas. Some women in the little village were engaged in home soap production. The chemist will tell us more about the soap or when you are doing alkaline preparation. How these simple peasant women, none of them how these simple peasant women, name of whom had ever sat at the school desk. Yes, none of them sat in a classroom. None of them read chemistry, biology, or so ever. But they are able to use their mind as scientists to produce soap. The Iron Lady of Impintimpi. As I mentioned earlier, palm wine is obtained by tapping the oil palm. Tapping the oil palm tree. In Impintimpi and several places in Ghana, the tapper first has to fell the entire Tiber. In other communities, the sap is collected from the cut flower of the still standing palm tree. During the first few days of tapping, is described by many lovers of palm wine regarding is almost out of date. With the help of atmospheric and also residual yeast left in the collecting fermentation yield an aromatic wine of up to 4% alcohol content. The wine at Impintimpi and also in several parts of rural areas of Ghana, palm wine is usually sold from makeshift huts built with bamboo sticks and palm branches and covered with sheet woven with the leaves of the raffia palm. The palm wine tapper's hut, as they are known, palm wine is usually drunk from calabashes. It is indeed unheard of the seasoned palm wine drinker to enjoy his drink in a plastic cup. For example, the palm wine tapper. For example, the palm wine tapper's house. This was not a law passed by the state, but rather a norm set and enforced by society. Whoever attempted to go against it could face the retribution of the adults gathered there. Though not permitted to drink there themselves, children big enough to do so could help their parents sell their produce at the palm wine tapper's hut. I had a shift-hand taste of life in the palm wine tapper's hut when I was about 10 years old. Owing to ailment, I stopped. In the course of time, Papa Kwaju Edu it was unwritten law of society that only men were expected to drink inside the palm wine tapper's hut. Ya Anima, a tall and well-built lady, who may be well described as the Iron Lady of the village, seemed unimpressed by this form of discrimination of society towards women and appeared there on a regular basis. Hardly anyone she met there dared voice her. On a few occasions, she engaged in some of the men in fights. Kill me quick. As I mentioned earlier, palm wine can be distilled to produce a very potent alcoholic drink. The drink is popular not only in Ghana but also in several other countries in Africa. In Ghana, the drink goes by several names: akpetishi, ogoguro, ogidigidi, kill me quick, etc. Father supplemented his income by tapping palm wine. He resold his wine, a palm wine tapper's hat. Instead, he chose bigger than that. The distiller needed a special license to do so, which had to be renewed on annual basis. Father made sure he comported with the rule. Though many distiller failed to do so. Failing to do so could lead to trouble. However, someone, in particular business rival, could give the police a tip-off, which could lead to arrest. The thief that strikes from above. The thief that strikes from above. We raised livestock at home. not not on commercial basis, but mainly for our own use. Out of our major stock of poultry, we were not particularly successful in our effort to raise poultry. Several factors accounted for this. In the first place, we did not feed them as well as we should have. We had no idea of poultry feeds that we should have purchased in the big towns for our birds. Well, we badly needed the cash we obtained from selling our maize, so we're reluctant to feed our birds, to feed our birds. There was danger posed by traffic, though the road that passes through the village was not particularly bushy with traffic. Vehicular movement was about freely during the day. Not frequently, some of our birds were run over by passing vehicles. On some of these occasions, the poor birds were crushed. On other occasions, the vehicle did not inflict much damage to the body. Much as I lamented the loss of the bird in question, I rejoiced our birds faced danger and originated not only on land, they were also subjected to threats to their lives and came from air. Our area abounded with crows, than hunted. The crows were menace to our best. They would, as if from nowhere, appear in the sky, make a forceful dive downwards towards their prey, grasp the poor bird in its claws, and fly away. Just as swiftly as they arrived, the hunting expedition of the thief from the air was executed so briskly and with such precision it left human inhabitants. The most serious threat to our birds came, however, in the form of epidemics that set in and threatened to wipe away the entire livestock. We did not consume the birds that fell serious ill. Indeed, that dropped dead. However, someone's poison is another man's breakfast. As the saying goes, for it was heartbreaking to lose almost the entire stock of birds after investing so much energy to raise them. It was usually during the peak of such epidemics that word began to make its rounds to effect that there was veterinary center for many one who investigated a manner that was supposed to be investigated. Several households, our audacious four-legged companions, several households in the settlement kept goats and sheep on a small scale. Hardly any of us kept them locked in a barn during the day. Some keepers did not even have barns at all, where the animals could be retired to sleep at night. Instead, the animals were left to sleep under veranda or under trees within the compound. The general practice was to allow animals to roam about in the settlement during the day. The animals seemed intelligent enough to return home on their own at the end of the day. The sheep generally were easy to keep. Not so the goats. Goats are indeed stubborn creatures. Our goats, it seemed simple, did not respect or fear us. But their behavior, they often created the impression of having fun in provoking their town. The experts grass cutters and the parts from Gambia. From time to time, we undertook an expedition to hunt for grass cutters, also known as the greater cane rat. The grass cutter belongs to a small family of African rodents. They can grow to about 2 feet long in the longest individual. The grass cutter, rounded ears, a short nose, and coarse, bristly hair. They feed on grass and cane. They also have a taste for cultivated foods, particularly maize and sugarcane. It is their taste for cultivated maize and that prompted the most conflict between them and the peasant farmers of Impintimpi. We would cultivate and our maize or rice or cassava with much sweat. Only to visit our farms in the morning, discover the case rats had patterned on our previous crops during the night. We went after them, assisted by our dogs. Indeed, without our four-legged friends, we would hardly manage to hunt them. For not only were they quicker than ourselves, they usually hid themselves under tickets almost inaccessible to humans. On certain Saturdays and also during the school holidays, after we had completed work on the farm, one of us would come up with the idea to go hunting for Gambian purchased rats, also known as African giant purchased rat. This is omnivorous, feeding on vegetables, insects, palm fruits, etc. They hide in their homes during the day and at night. At night venture. When we arrive at a hillock or mound for signs of occupation by the four-legged beings, we were seeking for fresh claw marks left on passengers. The bitter scissors and the crawling beans. Hunting for crabs. Hunting for crabs were a rare adventure. The crabs found in our area lived in burrows in swampy areas, bordering on ponds, streams, and small rivers. Usually, How were we sure a hole found in the swampy area that was partly filled with water was occupied by a crab? The answer is that they usually left their fresh footprints at the entrance to their hiding place. After we had satisfied ourselves that a particular hole was occupied by a crab, we set about hunting it. Kneeling beside it, we slowly dip our finger into it. Ordinary and extraordinary fishing. On some occasions, some of us fished in the river. We bought the hooks and lines and formed the weekly market at Nyafuman. We used earthworms we found along the river bank as bait. I was not particularly keen on undertaking such ventures. On the catch was usually scant. Another method we employed to catch fish from the stream found in our area was known locally as Owe. This method involved building a crude oil, battery. We erected our crude dams with the help of branches of trees growing in the area. There were cuts and placed across the stream. The dam was strengthened with the help of thick clay that we collected along the banks of the stream. Draining section of the stream demarcated by us was arduous task. Those involved in the undertaking, including children big enough to do so. Our effort was not always rewarded. However, indeed, on a few occasions, it was not always an exercise in futility. However, there were indeed times when heaven smiled on our endeavor, when our toil was rewarded with substantial harvest of fish. On such occasions, we returned home for smiles and prepared delicious meal with various tilapia. Please forgive our ignorance. In the preceding chapter, I narrated how we laboriously drained segments of streams and rivers with the aim of catching the fish in that portion of the stream. The method of fishing I am about to narrate how I went through that beyond expectation. I said earlier, the main occupation of residents of Impintimpi and the surroundings was the cultivation of cocoa. The cocoa tree was not devoid of its enemy. Father acquired his own insecticide spraying machine. The CMB lent them out to those farmers who were not in a position to buy one. father will first fill the machine with fuel. As a next step, he poured DDT already diluted with the required portion of water into a container fixed to the machine. Then came the most exciting moment, at least as far as his children were concerned, when he went through the procedure of starting the engine. This was done by pulling on a special spring attached to the motor. One pull, drum came respond of the motor. Another pull, it could follow another, and yet another pull. The facial expression of our old man will reveal the exasperation beginning to build up. Then, finally, the all relieving pull on the string. The motor sprang into action. That was met with the jumping and shouting about by the children of the farmer, who on his part breathed an air of relief. Next, father fastened the device to his back and went about the task of spraying his cocoa farm with the pesticide. After a while, he would return to either refill fuel or pesticide tank or boat. It could take him a couple of days to accomplish the task of spraying all cocoa farms. It usually did, and take long for one to notice the change that his efforts had brought to his farms. If only farmers will restrict the use of DDT to the spraying of their cocoa farms. But no, soon the insecticides was being employed for purposes it was not intended for, including fishing and the rivers and streams. It is long before the dawn of a new day. The group that had spent days planning The expedition headed for the New River, armed with several tins of the pesticide. They poured several liters of the deadly chemical into the river. On certain oceans, wild honey breakfast. We accompanied father to collect honey from bees' nests in the wild. Several weeks or months prior to that, he had discovered a nest in a hollow of a tree that was still standing, or that had fallen. Thereafter, he visited. He visited it on a regular basis to ascertain the progress of the busy bees. Finally, a time came when he decided homecombs have been established in the wild beehives to warrant their collection. The venture was carried out under the cover of darkness. If he allowed his children to accompany him, he asked them to wait at a safe distance from the nest. He usually touched the nest with a flame burning from a bundle made from the dry palm branches that permitted him to destroy most of the bees from a safe distance before he attempted to pick out the comb as quickly as possible. Still, some of the bees managed to punish him for attempting to reap where he had not planted. Fortunately, he was not allergic to their stings. So, apart from some pain he had. He endured for a while. They could not seriously threaten his life. Back home, we helped Father to squeeze the honey out of the honeycombs. The honey so warm was preserved in bottles. They were usually kept for home consumption. For what we obtain on such ventures rare added up to any considerable amount. Enemas and suppositories made in Impitimpi. When someone falls sick, the first thought that normally comes to mind is to consult a doctor. That was not the case with the inhabitants of Impintimpi. Several factors accounted for this. The nearest hospital is situated at Nkoko, which, as I mentioned earlier, is about 30 kilometers away. Many could hardly afford the transportation cost. Even if they were able to do so, finding means of transport could be a nightmare. Most of the vehicles past the village did so in the early mornings. Therefore, barely may vehicle pass until late in the night, when the passenger vehicles that passed in the night back home, hardly any vehicle passed by in the night. Woe unto those who fell seriously ill at night. During the time I was growing up, the vehicles that passed by almost filled the passengers and goods. If not completely filled, by the time they got to us, to be able to transport the sick was another problem. For being sick and weak, Heating legs over boiling pot for a cure. When I reached year 5 at primary 6, I was afflicted by an ailment to my left ankle. To my left ankle. Something that forced me to accept an interruption of my education over a period of 2 years. After mother and father had tried unsuccessfully to use their herbal formula to cure me, they consulted Papa Osei. He collected several ingredients from woods to herbs. After we had tried Papa Osei's method for a while, my despairing parents could be described as horrific. To put it mildly, probably to ensure a more intense penetration of the mixture. In another instance, the healer was consulted, prepared a concoction of herbs that he brought to the boil in a large black pot on an open fire. Next, he took hold of a small razor, black and influenced it. My little boy, that is the way I can help you. Be consoled. doctors and smuggle injections. There were the quack doctors who frequently our area to treat various kinds of diseases. Only a few of them only a few of them had in the past anything to do with conventional medical practice, maybe a healthcare pharmacy or ward assistance. So they carried tables, suspensions, syrups, ointments, creams, etc. in their doctors' bags. They were best known for what came to be known as smuggle injections. They took advantage of the prevailing belief among the general population concerning the effectiveness of injections. Mother, for example, always expressed her disgust with the doctors at the hospital at Nkoko when, after taking the trouble to travel all the way there either to seek a cure for herself or for a sick child, she was sent home without either of them receiving an injection. On her return, she would burst out. It was a waste of time. Children, it was a waste of time. Why? One of us will inquire. They did not give us any injection. Maybe your condition did not call for one. Oh, yes, it did. I think the problem was with the doctor. He did not seem confident in the job. What has led you to think about that? When I reported there last year with the same condition, the doctor I met gave me an injection. This one was good for nothing. The smuggle injections, one could indeed write one horror story about the other. Those who administered them were barely trained. The fattest, some of them were in that area of medical practice where perhaps to observe a nurse. Administering an injection. The medical artillery of most of them considered in the main chloroquine and the person injection. As far as they were concerned, both medicines were capable of curing all the conditions presented to them by their trusting patients. Paradoxically, mother, the avowed fan of injections, had, on one occasion, to suffer severely from the side effects of the injection she received at the hands of a quick doctor. A few days after being injected, a large boil developed at the injection site. Soon, she was unable to bear any weight on the affected leg, and it took her several days of her medication with the when the above method failed and the condition of the patient persisted or even worsened, the villagers eventually resorted to taking the affiliated person to hospital. Mother told us on her return how she received a dressing down by the nurse. You illiterate mother, how long do we need to educate you in the need to seek early medical help for your sick children? Have to go round looking for a loan. Deeply embarrassed, mother kept her peace. Three examples of how we dealt with our medical emergency. One day, a young girl by the name Dugeri agreed about 10 years ago. As usual, in our little settlement, almost the whole village gathered on the compound of her home to show their support. We pray to heaven to send a vehicle around to carry on another occasion. As we walked home from school, our people carrying a middle-aged man on a makeshift stretcher. Our friend from above, behold the sun, the faithful and trustworthy friend of the residents of Impinsimpim. He was so reliable in his daily appearance. As sure as the sun, faithful and trustworthy friend of the residents of Impitimpi. He was so reliable in his daily appearance. As I was growing up in the village, our good friend began a journey in skies daily around 6 o'clock in the morning. It was just the time during the dry season, whose peak was between November and February. It will be underestimated to be able to rely on something that has no basis. With no refrigerators or deep freezers to help preserve our foodstuffs. We also relied on the sun to help us. Usually, we harvested the foodstuffs Some are comfortably seated, while others are suffering in their seats. The community gathered on some occasions for an evening anansi narration. Anansi refers to a popular series of three fables that center on the speaker. To educate population, especially those in the rural areas, on of the matters relating to disease prevention, healthy eating, on the arrival, they gave a talk on selected topics and we're thinking of how to overcome that.
More of that sort need to be generated in a manner in which it will not be acquainted of age. Many of them are of age, but it's not a matter of age, but how well it's perceived. We need to take a multiple step to overcome the beatitude.
16 na ɛhyɛ ase. Ah, It's time for break. We shall go out for break and come in the next 20 minutes. Okay. Back from break, the session continues. Book by title Between Walls by Yasantua Amwa Anan. Enkachi, Enkachi, Enkachi. As if I kept calling Enkachi name. Each time, drawing out the final syllable longer than the last. But there was no response. She took her head and checked her disapproval before returning to the task of braiding Tiwa's hair. Ma, Tiwa, said out Asefa, why must you keep calling her? She obviously will not answer. She knows how busy we are with your braiding style. Run off to God knows where. Instead, instead of helping us, I don't blame her, Tiwa. Her father will not say anything to approach her. He comes and goes as if he walks in spirit's world, totally unaware of what goes on around him. Even since I was married into this household, he has practically left everything in my hands. Now, I have had to raise that stubborn girl alongside you. I only thank God you did not pick up this bad habit of hers. Just then, Ejawodum came out from the hut, already prepared to go to the farm. He was wearing an old smock. In his hands, he carried a machete and a cutlass. He paused at the door and inwardly hoped the mother and daughter pair would not pick on him today, for he was in no mood for a fight. However, as soon as Asifa saw her husband, she broke into a long threat against daughter Enkachi. Eja Odum, here I am, calling out Enkachi. She does not even have the decency to respond to me. Meanwhile, I did tell her I would be going to the market and I need her help in braiding Tiwa's hair and later joining in at the market square. It is not right, Eja. I can't continue to keep managing this household without help. When I give her work, I expect to be obeyed. But this is the case where Enkachi has flatly refused to obey my command. Eja Odum clearly was uncomfortable about what was going on in his compound. Even since Abara died, he had hoped to avoid as much human contact as possible. Unfortunately, tradition demanded he remarried, and his father had foisted Asifa on him. Besides, Asifa came with a child by another man. Now, he had two daughters who looked after Eva since Asifa and her daughter had joined his household. He had known peace every time his daughter Enkachi, who did this or that. As for Tiwa, she was an angel who came direct from heaven and did no wrong. Just then, Enkachi emerged. She halted in her track when she realized that all eyes were fixed on her and concluded that she had done something wrong. Hey, Enkachi, where did you go? Didn't I ask you to braid Tiwa's hair and join me later at the market? Here I am, late to sell my tomatoes. My competitors have had a head start on me already. How could you be so cruel? Aunt Asifa, I'm so sorry. It was not intentional. Remember, I told you Mama Arafia wanted me to pick up some of her clothing I make to sell. When she leaves for her husband, for her husband's home in the next village, she really delayed, and I'm very sorry. But I managed to sell her 30 pieces of clothes, and she paid in cash. Tiwa was the first to laugh. Cash? Amazing. That's excellent news indeed. As if I look at Enkachi and down disdainfully, her disapproval clearly shown in her face. She finally turned to her daughter and said, "Now, Tiwa, you do need to fetch water for Imam. Once I'm done, you hurry up and finish with that. Today, you will join Enkachi and me at the market." But, mommy, fetching water for that old woman is quite tiring. I can't do that and go to the market as well. Tiwa protested. Mommy, it's not fair. What will Enkachi be doing? She hardly does anything at home. It's not true, and you know it. Odum retorted weakly in defense of his daughter. Look, I'm already late for the farm. With that, he turned and walked out of the compound. He kept thinking, how could a doctor resemble her mother so much? Anytime he fixed the gaze on Enkachi. He thought he saw Abara, her mother. That very night, Enkachi was awakened by an impatient Tiwa probing and pinching her. Wake up, Enkachi. You sleep too much. The boys are waiting for us. Wake up before we get caught. Tiwa whispered into Enkachi's ear. Enkachi woke up with a mischievous smile. Is it time yet? She asked. Tiwa mimicked that smile and nodded. Let's go now. As quickly as they could, the two young girls crept out of their huts and into the concealing darkness. They picked their way through the dense darkness carefully. They had walked a good way, before they stopped at an unmarked clearing. A tall muzzled man emerged from the darkness. Tiwa rushed into his arms, and he swung her up effortlessly amid her delighted jiggles. Oh, Sasu, how I miss you, she exclaimed, happy to engulfed in the arm of the lover. A second shadow also emerged from the shadows. Enkachi could not stop laughing as this second man seized her arm and pulled her away. Come on, I need to show you something. I know you would love it, he said softly. Not so fast, Asante, Tima warned. Remember to bring Enkachi back early enough to get home in time. We were almost caught last night. If my mother finds out what we have been doing, she will kill us both and hang our heads on poles as example. Watons. Please remember that. Auntie laughed and pulled a tongue out at Tiwa. Mommy, I will bring your daughter back in time. I swear, the way you act, and might think you are older than Enkachi. Now, buzz off. Mother, enjoy yourself and leave me to do the same. Without paying further heed to her, he pulled Enkachi further into darkness. Tima attempted to pay something else, but Sasu distracted her by swinging her into the air again. Ahenema, you do know that with them we have the opportunity to be alone and talk about us, right? Now, stop giving them attention and tell me again how much you miss me. He gave Tima a knowing wink, and Enkachi could hear her infectious laughter as she walked behind Asante towards the foot of a huge nut tree overlooking the valley. Enkachi eyed Asante skeptically. He only grinned wickedly and pulled her as if climbing the tree. Come on, he called. You really don't expect me to climb the tree, do you? I could fall. And Kachi looked so frightened. It was as if she was already plugging to the ground. Come on. Do you honestly think I will allow you to fall? Come here. Let me hold you to make sure you are safe. Otherwise, Mama Tima will cut my head with one shout. Asante replied, good, naturedly. And Kachi laughed at his smirk and Tone shrugged as if to say, why not? With dainty steps, she managed to climb up the tree and into Asante's lap. Now, what did you want me to see so badly that you made me climb a tree? I haven't climbed a tree since I was. Enkachi had to pause as Asante pointed out the direction in which she should look. She became speechless because right before her, the valley stretched out wide and inspiring. A moon seemed to enjoy shining down and smiling on the village. She had expected darkness over their community. Instead, the moon cast a brilliant glow. Stop every heart and its shine highlighted every path and object beneath the sky. Enkachi caught her breath and wondered at the romantic scenery that has spread under her feet. If only there was a way to preserve this moment for eternity, how magnificent it would be. The moon is showing off her glory, and I'm caught up in wonder. She mused, there is a way to preserve this moment, my love, right here in your heart and mine, Asante declared, pointing at her chest. I know for a fact that I can never forget this breathtaking moment. Here I am, revealing in the glow of the moon, while your beauty is fiercely challenging the moon for my attention. I'm spoiled for choice. And Kachi gave a suppressed laugh. Oh, come on, Asante. Now you are trying to make me feel jealous about having a share you with the moon. You could have at least come up with a much better compliment. This sounds too banal, like something you tell every girl. It doesn't sound original. Oh, come on. Oh, that is a constant problem I have with you. None of my next words seem to make an impact. Had it been any other girl in the village, I would have been touching some adrenaline. By now, Asante sounded frustrated. Well, go after those. Then, come now. Just reading. Just easy line. You won't make me show you my waist beast. You have to put in more effort than this. And Kachi retorted, what? You think I didn't see those girls and I came chasing after you? Ahwenipa enkasa. Quality is the worth. Its weight in gold. I have never met any woman like you. Strong and intelligent. That is what sums you up. Every girl wants to get married and have her husband take care of her. You know how to take care of yourself. That makes you different. You are the kind of woman who you should be pampered because you put other people before yourself. Just give me the chance to get closer and I will make you the happiest woman. Asante said passionately. And Kachi just stared at him, bemused. She tried to hold onto her resolve, but her insides were melting at his words. My sweet, sweet and catchy, you who held, oh, for who before allowing me even to talk to you. You are so difficult. I felt so frustrated that you wouldn't give me your time. Never in my life have so many called me a fool. Tell me, why do you make yourself so difficult? Asante asked. Enkachi shrugged and coughed. A small laugh in an attempt to dodge the question. Yet, Asante fixed his questioning gaze on her until she knew she could do nothing but give in. Her expression, her expression, no gaze, changed to tiny frown. There are million reasons. Look, I've had to go through in my life, and the one person I look up to for love and devotion, I find intolerant. My father blames me for my mother's death and can't accept me as I am. I've tried to be a good girl. I've tried to be a bad girl. And you can ask Aunt Asifa. I gave her such a horrible time when she first married my dad. He looked at me and I can tell he sees only his wonderful wife. My father only sees pain when he sees me. Till now, Auntie Asifa doesn't trust me. She thinks one day I will turn on her like I did when she first came to live with us, with Tiwa, her daughter. Dad basically ignored us both. Enkachi, Enkachi, with pain in her heart. Asante pulled her closer to him and embraced her, trying to offer as much comfort as he could. She gave him a wistful smile and continued. So, you see, if the one person who should want me more than anybody could reject me so callously, I didn't see how anybody else could want me. And you, Cynthia, my little sister, and you know how pretty and self-aware she is. I guess I realized that I had to find someone who could see past all that and want me unconditionally. I was hoping to find the kind of love that makes a man even hate his own daughter. Let's face it, many men in this village are not very caring or ambitious. They just want a trophy, and unbelievably, they consider me one. They want me simply because nobody else could have me. Well, actually, you are a trophy. There is no one like you anywhere. Every woman is beautiful, but you're outside. Then, all combined with your beauty, with defiant spirit. So, I ask myself, how does she do that? Oh, so you are only chasing me because you also considered me a trophy. How disappointing. Asante, I honestly thought you were better than that. And Kachi rebuked him. Hold on. Must you read accusing meaning into every statement I make? I just told you how amazing you are and why every man in his right senses will consider you a trophy. Please, Medo, better be flattered for once in your life. Relentlessly chase you because you are the only person I can actually call to without explaining myself. You have a sharp mind and a keen sense of observation. I like that. And Kachi laughed at the intensity in his tone and remarked, Men don't want women who are sharp-minded. They want wide hips, abundant bosom, and pleasing face to present to their fathers. For the right woman, she will be the only woman with the power to make life spectacular. And besides, you know, I have no father to show. If I did, I trust he would have wished to be younger so he could win you himself. Asante teased. Enkachi laughed. Your father was linguist. That dread of death robbed our village of amazing people. I still can't believe we lost him. As kids, he offered us almost to lure us to help with his household chores. He was the only man to remain unmarried after his wife died. I still don't know how he managed to cope without your father. He was so stubborn and determined to survive without a wife. But thanks to him, I can do everything on my own. Mother, oh, not. That's why it's easy. When Enkachi took her head, he went on. He once explained to me that he married my mom because her father was very rich. He wanted the land, the heart, and the wealth of his father-in-law. So he married his daughter, but he didn't realize how spoiled she was. He described her as nightmare. Kaka Motobi, a monster, he said after knowing her. He was never afraid to walk out at midnight. She wouldn't cook, wouldn't clean, and wouldn't do anything. She insisted on having servants and nagged continuously. So, when she died in childbirth, He knew he would never put himself through that ever again. And what was worse, my grandfather took a lot of gold as bride price, rendering him almost penniless. My father, he was so stubborn. He was so stubborn, so and determined to survive without a wife. But thanks to him, I can do everything on my own, mother or not. That's why it's easy for me and Sasu to survive without being married. Otherwise, being orphans would have been terrible. Before Enkachi could stop laughing, he added, "Do you know why my father never remarried, regardless of tradition and even interference from chief?" When Enkachi took her head, he went on. He once explained to me that he married my mom because her father was very rich. He wanted the land, the heart, and the wealth of his father in law. So he married him. But he didn't realize how spoiled she was. He described her as a nightmare, Kakamutobi, a monster. He said after knowing her, he was never afraid to talk about it. Wouldn't do anything. She insisted on having servants. So, when she died in childbirth, he knew He would never put himself through that ever again. And what was worse, my grandfather took a lot of gold as bride price, rendering him almost penniless. My father didn't even get anything from him after his death, and neither did I. So he had learned his lesson. Marriage was not for him, and he wouldn't venture even to prevent his demotion as the chief linguist. Too bad. He was the best linguist. Too bad. There is so much silence. Look, the moon's disappearing. Asante, we have to go. It's getting late. Come on, let's go. At Enkachi's fantastic insistence, they climbed down of the tree to meet up with Tiwa and Sasu. Hastily, the two even scrambled towards I was the knight of the frontier. Everybody had been preparing for it the whole year. It was the biggest festival in Serbia. On this night, the youth mingled freely without a hawkish eyes of adults who wistfully remembered their days when they also were young. Aja Odum's household was buzzing with eager anticipation. As always, Sima was helping Enkachi prepare for the bonfire. The custom was for the young to dress provocatively. Today, it took all of Tiwa's experience and expertise to transform Enkachi into a dazzling figure. With a deft hand, Enkachi's clothes around her, leaving enough skin to tease an interested eye. Asefa could not help but smile at her handwork. Enkachi might be a multi alive and shout for attention. Tima grabbed her own cloth and wrapped the thin piece into a very short skirt. She then draped in a second larger piece over one arm, leaving the other arm bare. Taking turns, the two young women decorated each other's hair with carries and tiny flowers. After this, they drew their ancestral climb, marking on their left arms and right thigh, as tradition demanded, and presented themselves to their mother for approval. Asifa thought they looked stunning. She turned their heads this way and that for further appraisal and asked them to turn round and round in order to expose flaws. Loving the attention, the girls laughed merrily, and soon their mother was laughing too. With exaggerated ceremony, she grabbed a small calabash of palm kernel oil and dipping her finger into it, rubbed a small amount on the lips of each girl. They both jiggled as they inspected their glowing lips in the mirror, grabbing Enkachi's hand. Tiwa pulled her sister to the door and said, "Can we go now, mother?" Asifa shook her head and clacked at Tima. "Why is it that you've never learned to be patient? Wait, all the men will be scrambling to talk to you, but you've never been the patient one. Take your time, my daughter." Enkachi smiled at hearing Asifa's words of caution. As for Tima, she seemed far from convinced. All she wanted was to go and meet Sasu. Asifa teased Tima, "Wait, you wait. Sasu is not running away." Totally embarrassed, her mother knew her secret. Tima was shocked and she turned away. "Mother, I don't know what you are talking about. Ah, I will just go and wait by the kitchen." With that, followed by teasing laughter of Asifa and Enkachi. "And you," Asifa said, Turning to Enkachi, Asante will not go anywhere. Just relax, eh? I'm sure you would create an exciting entry and vow, then even more. Asifa winked generously. It was now Enkachi's turn to stare at Asifa in obvious astonishment, totally at a loss for words. She quickly ran after Tima with her hands akimbo. Asifa smiled knowingly and shook her head. The youth of these days think they are smart. They don't know we've also been young before them, she thought to herself. Asifa's prediction was accurate. At the mere sight of the girl's commotion, ensured Sasu, who was surrounded by a group of admiring ladies, quickly accused himself to go and talk to Tima. All ladies began to murmur their disapproval at being openly shunned for Tima, but Sasu couldn't. He ran towards Tima. Tima skipped to meet him halfway, and for a tiny fraction of a second, she left him, embraced her, and broke just before any elder noticed anything. With so much love in their eyes, they withdrew to secluded corner to whisper sweet nothing to each other as lovers do. From one corner of her eyes, Enkachi watched the two lovebirds wistfully. Anybody easily tell they were deeply in love. It was such a beautiful scene to behold. She realized that all the abandoned group of admiring girls who had earlier surrounded by Sasu were now busily saying vile things about the couple. They appeared to desperately looking for a mate. Not long after that, Enkachi espied Asante lurking in the shadows. He had obviously seduced himself, awaiting for her. And now he had emerged and was moving in her direction. Some eager young girls tried to waylay him, but he managed to elude them completely. His eyes were on one person only. As Asante walked towards her, Enkachi pretended not to see him. She started to engage Asifa. In some harmless chat, Asifa linked the Enkachi was playing hard to get Asante. Asante played for time. After a while, he realized he had a shake all patience and snatched her. If he was don't laugh. He I still don't understand how you and I could have dozed off when we should be watching the animals drinking by the pond. Enkachi replied, it was all because you were standing by my side. I forgot myself and fell asleep. Asante was visibly impressed at his girl's wit. This is the girl who can match my intellect. He said to himself. His heart swelled as this realization washed over him. He pulled Enkachi to sit down beside him near a rock. The night was alive with love. Everywhere one turned there was romance in the midst of the cracking huge bonfire that burnt brightly in the night air. The corners were full of lovers locked in their own sweet world. Yet, in spite of the loving atmosphere that reigned, a careful observer could detect of evil lurking in the air. No sweet words could do justice to the event on such a day. In short, the day after bonfire was unbearable. It was as tough as the entire village could imagine. placed on constant grill of fire cascading from the sun, matching only by the boiling intensity of the news that floated through the village. Enkachi, this time it was not the heat that forced her to place her hand on her moist forehead. I really don't understand all this. Please explain. She insisted, leaning to shield her from the scorching sun. Asante breathed heavily and shook his head. You know our custom in training royal principles. In order to prevent him from being pampered in his hometown, a royal prince exiled to a foreign land for 6 seasons. While there, he learns how to fight and survive without help of his people. He also learns to appreciate his own culture compared to others. He also learns the values he took for granted in his own land. I don't have to tell slowly. Enkachi nodded her head, which encouraged Asante to go on. For this purpose, Ohinibajan, our prince, was sent to Makokrom. He has spent 4 seasons there, and until recently, he has shown himself a worthy of his title as the Ohiniba, the future ruler of this land. However, he has now found himself in the big trouble. In Makokrom, some women trade themselves to men when they become a widow. It is a strange custom, but these people do not frown upon such behavior. In fact, whenever a prince in training wins a battle, it is their custom to give one such woman to that prince to a prize. Ohinibajan won a battle, but unfortunately, the woman presented to him was substituted when another, without anyone being there to supervise. It was only after a consummation that the truth came out and known to him. The supplant was a young virgin chosen for sacrifice to the gods in order to escape her fate. Enkachi chimed in, but why? Can't they punish? Obviously not. You are right. He was not to be blamed. But the gods are often not fair. They were demanding a sacrifice. Hence, our elders selected some warriors to go and sue for peace and bring back our hay. He has been ordained by our gods to rule, and our people would not be pleased if we dissented him. You've said so much, Asante, but I still don't understand why you must go. You know, your people do not force anyone. Please, don't go. Asante, stay here. For the first time, Asante heard the tone of concern in his beloved Enkachi. Without her, he said, Mido, I want to stay here with you, even till eternity. But I'm a man. Men must do what they can do to ensure that life is perfectly balanced and harmonized for the ones they love. I love you, and I will never let you think of me as the man who couldn't fight to protect the land we both love. So, he lifted his hand to her face and tilted it up to look into her eyes. There, he saw a fresh tears that were welling up in her eyes without meaning. Enkachi looked into his eyes and saw how hard he was trying to hide his fears, and anxiety as a man. Unable to check her tears, her emotions streamed down her cheeks, moistening his hands. Oh, Enkechi, your tears mean more than I've ever held. Dear side of the crowd. As the music started to play, some men carried forward a few cows, goats, and chicken. They were followed by some maidens carrying tightly packed baskets, which they set before the bride's family. Turning to pile of gifts, Casantem said, "This is for her bride, price and other things needed. We come for a queen, so everything here is befitting of a true queen. We have a trinkets, jewels, other things of the highest quality, and even more sewn by her sister, which the prince himself asked his aunt to purchase on his behalf. We brought pretty things for her." Nana looked skeptical and peeled into some of the basket. She thrilled exaggeratedly at the treasures. "Ah, my in-laws, you are enlightened. They've bought so much, including the waste beads, which our beloved prince will play with when they are making their own special magic. Trust us, we didn't come here to play," retorted Casantem. "Please, my in-laws, kindly oblige me. Please arrange yourselves for presentation from esteemed grandparents all the way to the Akonta, the able-bodied men that I'm honored to call brothers-in-law." Eagerly, the young men in the extended family of Odum lined up and to receive their gifts of basket. Trust us, we didn't come here to play. Eagerly, the young men in the extended family were present for them to take their gifts. Everybody was pleased with their gift. As Nana watched the proceedings, she snuck what no gift had been bought. Kasantem, the crowd to keep quiet. As if no one cares. It went on, went on, went on. The ceremony was fantastic in its own special way. Daughters, I hope you are all happy about the ceremony. Is there anything to say about it? I'm honored to be here. Nana Intem turned to the in-laws and exclaimed, as everyone laughed and cheered, Nana, not too bad, but I think you should look at your elders tomorrow. They danced around the surprised prince as the phantom from drums throbbed louder. They were delighted and captivated audience with their performance. Finally, they turned to the bride. Gracefully, evoking wolf, whistles from the randy youth. He piloted her towards the seat, but the tone of the dancers hindered their path. The drummers began a peculiar sequence, and the crowd began clapping and shouting, dancing at the same time. Responding to the call, the prince stepped into a delicate adjoa dance to the happy surprise of his bride, who joined him, and together danced to the claps of the wedding party. After the dance, the bride and the groom sat together. The village blessed their union. The chief priest poured libation to the gods. Then they took their turn to advise the couple on the complexity of marriage. Life after this is not as easy as one may think. When this was over, the floor was open for dancing and for the crowd of spectators surged forward. Plentifully supply of palm wine and weighed down with the spiced meat that many had engorged. They danced the time away we want to abandon. The newly wed join in the celebration and continue until the hours dawn. One man who was the happiest of them all was the KAG, the palm wine tapper. He had made a great deal. Money out of the celebration hadn't been him, the royal wedding would have taken place every day. You left for the wedding too early enough. He got here after you. I think you came from mountains to join the wedding. He was covered in mud and dirt. He must have come from afar because he fainted as soon as he saw us. So we took him aside. $37. Maybe 50. Maybe 50. Until do 50. He got here just after you. He was covered in mud and dirt. He must have a good 10. Come and look at him. Perhaps you know him. He looked around for a while, and as if getting how the whole process went. My elder, greetings. He called out to the herbalist. He still couldn't believe his eyes. I have added more cocoyam to the served food. You were just invited, not a family member. It's not as easy as you think, but all the same, no matter the effort, it needs to be appreciated. Each one and his strength. You have said it all. That's good. That's how wise people talk. It's good, by the way. Let's take it like that. Well, it needs consideration. Young Imam, you are just not strong enough yet. Rest now. You will not gather enough strength. Wait, okay? Eja, outside the weather was overcast. Indications were that it would rain soon. Just then, there was ash. Funny enough, Ejawodum's noiseless walks led him to busily gossip about his household. Long time he stood there listening to them and was amazed. These men were wondering kind of wedding night Timan would have done that. It's nice. It appears good. No matter what happens, it needs to be appreciated. It's God. And when God intervenes, it comes out well. Nevertheless, no matter what, make sure you appear good in your own way. Okay. Ejawodun saw the confusing state in which his wife was sunk and was moved to extend her. For once, he did not shrub and leave the problem to her. Tima could not believe it because it could have led to different things altogether. When Asifa and Ejawodun saw Sasu carrying Tima to the hut, they realized that they needed not as a far for Sasu to carry Tima inside. It was very serious. But above all, that is good. It needs to be appreciated in one way or the other. No matter what happened, she has passed her way. Asifa went into the hut and sat by Enkachi. Then seemed ready to throw herself on the ground again. Like crazy, the hands were deserted. All is well, and I believe so. Like a crazy person who needs something crazy to make him feel better. Well, whichever way, it needs to be understood. It's about life story. I wonder. That night, Sima had to fight sickness to the left alone. She began to feel the rule of living and principles. Nobody wanted her to be alone. There was constant oh, of people around her. The maids who served her accompanied the seven and the queen. Whenever he saw her, it needs to be compromised in a way. Wake up, Enkachi. I could hardly sleep last night. Why should Sasu choose to come back just after I got married? I waited and waited till I couldn't any longer. Thinking you are dead and you know more. I think the gods have disappointed me because I went them. I sacrificed so that I'll be able to wait for you. But all to no avail. How will I know that you are still alive without the gods telling me? Then you should also know that maybe the God did not tell you because he is not yours. Yes, I think he is right. That could happen. Nkachi wept. She couldn't believe what has happened because she believes she loves him. And no matter what, it should have been hers. Well, such is life. You will not get all you need. Sometimes things that are valuable may be taken away forever. Sometimes you need not to worry that much because some of them you see them valuable, but when it is with you, you may not value it that much. Well, thinking deeply, he continued to gather up the herbs and packed them. Surely, this lady brought it closer. Enkachi, Enkachi, as the name suggests, is not late. It's really a good name that many people will like. Okay, I've heard you. I know Enkachi. That's my name. Whatever happens, I give thanks to God. I know the gods are in control. So definitely, they will not forsake me. Very curious, brilliant, and intelligent girl. Definitely, they will never forsake you. Just do your part. They will also do their part. And Kachi smiled and departed to her destination. It was a sad moment for her, although she is married, but not to the one dear to her heart. And Kachi, still weeping. Well, I think she needs a counselor now or a psychologist. For the look of things, she is really affected. From the look of things, she will find it difficult to let it go. But no matter what, it's something she can't get back. So she needs to be used to and learn how to let it go. Well, you are right. I think we need to get her some psychologist to counsel her. That is the only way she will survive it. Thank you very much for your understanding. Enkachi laughed and laughed when she heard about it, that she need a psychologist. Wow, need psychologist. I'm so much okay. Whatever is going on is right within me. I'm not going mad. Or I'm not mad. No one said you are mad, and no one said you are going mad. But something is worrying you, bothering you. Is it not true? Yes, of course. That is it. That is why you need a psychologist. It is one of the works of a psychology. So psychologists will come, listen to your problems, use a scientific method to help you manage the situation. That is how it works. So please, just compromise and it will help you as well. Okay, I have heard you. It's good for understanding. I know things will soon be better. Well, to give up, only God knows how all this took place and what happened. So I would like to go again, but all the same. Okay, it is true. Life is always like that, and it will definitely work well the way it's supposed to. Only God. It's good to get it right. I understand you. Nkachi wanted to make more bounce, but the people got her back. The people making things okay. Not surprised at all. Nkachi laughed harder and harder. You know, I haven't laughed so hard since I learned that I understand you, Nkachi, and I have another brainwave. Asante gave me this amulet before he passed away. It was his mother's. He never took it off when he was alive. We will bury this here in front of the tree. You both shared this. Think of it as Asante. Then you can say goodbye. Nkachi watched Sasu and took the string which had a small curved piece of ivory tied. He watched Nkachi numbered some inaudible words with her head bowed. He was moved by her loyalty and once more wished to make her smile again. After she finished the prayer, she came to him and said, "Thank you, Sasu. warmly squeezed her shoulder in a shoulderless sign of championship. Can I ask you something? He asked. No, not now. We have both lost Asante. Would you? Right, right. That's good. And Kachi nodded and smiled. I am not. I am doing this for Asante. Sasu is the only connection I will have to Asante. You may be in love, but he and I are trying to make the best out of the difficult situation. I am not doing this to spite you. I'm doing this because I need a reason to wake up and know that I wanted to. And Kachi retorted, "What do you mean by that? I'm tired of your insinuation that I'm selfish. If you had been in my shoes, you would have done the same. I thought Sasu wasn't coming back. That does not mean it is right for you to run alone. Tie yourself to him. Have you thought of what this is doing to me? Sima, you have your life to live to the fullest. Well, that's supposed to mean. Encourage. Tima asked, an angry voice. Oh, you definitely know what that means. You like a dead person who is not comfortable, lying in the huge grave that has been dug. Now you act like a ghost, always waiting around the corner, intimidating innocent people. Advise you to start getting comfortable. And Kachi said harshly, how dare you call me a ghost? Do I look like one? Someone? I hate the way you always act like you do not wrong. Yet, you have no remorse snatching your little sister's brother. Away from her. Shame on you. What's going on here? Why are you shouting at each other? This peaceful afternoon, Asifa interrupted. Mom, righteously. Oh, good. I'm glad you already know. Mom, I can't believe you support this. Of course, it's not a matter of support, but sticking to the truth. You may think I'm supporting, but that's the truth. Most people dislike the truth because it hurts. Mom, I can't believe you. You can't support your own child even when going astray. That's over my dead body. You know that will never happen. Wow. That sounds interesting. It's unfortunate that things didn't work out the way they were supposed to. But we can only hope to make the best of difficult situation. No, Sima shouted. In reply, you are making the worst of. That's unfortunate. But all the same, it is well. Well, it's good you are getting some points now. And I thank God you are not disappointed. Okay, let's see here. I know definitely things will be better off. Tima left in angry chaff, her maze struggling to catch up with her. As if I gave a shrub and Enkachi continue sweeping. That is it. As I said, most people dislike the truth, but it's good to stand with the truth than to allow you to be taken away with the wave. Well, I believe in the work of the God. What God says is final, not about the humanity. My chief, both my parents died when I was very young. I was then raised by your past linguist, Aja Apao, wished his young son, Asante. We have both lived in a manner in which we will not allow ourselves to be deceived. Well, so be it. It's supposed to be official in a way. God's time is always the best, but not what you think is best at its own time. My young warrior, I'm glad you wanted to be the given one. As you know, it's good to know what we are doing. Yes, it's a neat, tremendous way. Only God that understands what's going on. My chief, both my parents died when I was very young, and I was then raised by him. Very significant in a way. Well, oh, Lord mighty, how horrible and terrific. My young, oh, in due time, the prince himself sought Sasu out to deliver the news that his request had been granted. Within a week, the hardship and things are working better. Oh God of mercy, your wish may be done always. It's good and good. In due time, Prince himself sought Sasu out to deliver the news that his request had been granted. Realized that although the prince had stolen his betrothed, he could not get angry or hate him too much. After the heart was completed, the prince held a Deba and lauded the spirits and dedication of the young men. He thanked them for their efforts during war. He presented fattened calves to the families who lost their children in the war. He also presented them with various items of clothing, chickens, and ivory. At this Deba, he further announced that all the warriors would form a feather on them. The prince also chose Sasu as the leader of the group. He was named Nana Bediako, a sub-chief. The latter swore allegiance to the prince. The chief priest performed the necessary rites in approval of the young men of the village. Tima watched all this with a cold ache deep within her heart. Her husband had become Sasu's biggest admirer. Even night, he brought home a new tale about Sasu. Today, it was Sasu. The next day, it was Sasu. When would they mention another person's name? Overcoming with emotion, Sasu knelt down to thank all of them, constituting the family he had never had. But they would hear none of it. They pulled him up and buried him to Aja Odum's compound. Once again, Aja Odum rose to the ocean. He welcomed him as one of the visitors, warmly, happily, and the eldest daughter could find such a worthy suitor at this late stage of her life. As his elderly sister, he was glad and appreciative at his current state. Then it was Enkachi's radiance. They gossiped about it. They were both happy. That was growing form of attention. Sasu paid her Sima Selin and made no move to help with ceremony. It was grand occasion. A day was fixed for that actual ceremony. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. The occasion was topic for gossip for days. The night before the marriage ceremony, Sima petitioned her husband, "My lord, please permit me. This is night before my sister. I can help ease some of her fears about the marriage." The prince smiled. He had come to notice attitude and grooming disposition towards her sister's marriage. He was of the view that his wife thought Sasu not worthy of her sister. It's good to be good, but how do you proclaim it? And Kachi looked at Tima with outrage. The wind began to blow around. Then, as the two sisters stared at each other in silence, finally, Enkachi broke the silence. "I really wanted to mend matters between us. I know I am marrying your man, but I also know that you married someone else. Know that you definitely it will go well." Tima watched as Enkachi swung around and retraced her steps to the heart. There was nothing she could do, nothing she wanted to cry, but she had run out of tears. What began as a quiet and intimate as a jackal. However, by the time the ceremony began, almost everyone in the village had shown up. They all their nest clothing, and many carried various gifts. On top of that, many of the villagers had bought along food, drink prepared specially for the occasion. The marriage rites were short and sweet, afforded the couple time, go round embracing and thanking numerous guests who made the occasion. Once again, the people danced and made merry late into night. As Sasu and Enkachi, they delightedly danced with the people and were the last ones to leave. The celebration, in fact, it was Eja Odum who whispered into Sasu's ear that it was time to take Enkachi home. Neither of them seemed eager to leave the ceremony. Seeing how late it was, Odum took initiative because he didn't want anyone to feed the gossip. Well, Enkachi had told her that it was time to leave. Enkachi dutifully nodded and followed him. The crowd around them caught on to what was happening, and only tears dwelling up. Only God knows what happens next. And I know God is the taker and the giver at the same time. What began with the most wonderful thing? Enkachi was first noticed. She immediately saw the hurt in her eyes. Enkachi, Enkachi, Enkachi. That is the sound. Very motivating. What began as quiet and intimidating. Thank you, Sasu replied. You see, Enkachi, there is nothing to be serious about. We are just two friends who have the opportunity to getting closer. Let's go. Sleep now and stop rolling your eyes. Business. That's no business. But I wish to make some woman in. Oh, cause everybody knows is an abomination for you. Hmm. She was glad to say that only God that gives, and it's only God that takes. That is the belief, but that doesn't end it. Many attempt to get encouraged to confess will not yield fruitful in your way. But I know God is in control. And definitely, what God has said will come to pass. I don't give hope, and I never give half. As she prepared for the festival, Enkachi paid little attention to the nagging voice in her head that complained about her dysfunctional marriage. She only wanted to project a beaming and glowing womanhood, which spread all is well. So, although she felt differently, she wrapped herself in her most beautiful clothing, made up of her hair, slipped on some aspect. At the ground, she saw the father and his wife already seated. Lucifer was busily chatting with some of her markets. And Kachi saw many people of different ages dressed in their very best. They all took their seat in the semicircle, forcing the royal family. Okay, we are going for break. We shall be back in the next 20 minutes. walking home. Darkness had only recently descended, but she wanted to avoid another quarrel with her mom. She adjusted wide shape of her book on her shoulder, prepared when she was in this part of Aku Aji Avenue. The street lamps leaned into the roadway with their lightless heads. But up the hill towards its summit, the street lamps had not died. Then she heard steps, heavy steps on the stone, clipping car tires, had kicked towards the open drain. She could not up, walk those rapid strides, and if she ran, she would look like a coward and a fool, and she was neither of those, she assured herself. Howard stopped. She turned around slowly to assess this walker in a hurry. She brought her hands to the straps. If necessary, she would swing the stony bag at his face. Then she had hit him hard, fast, with a bag of books. Then they ran. Good evening. The man approached. He slowed his steps. Howard's hand left the straps, but it struck her that this man was not going to pass her. It seemed, with that smile, he wanted to make a pass at her, but she would not be rude. Good evening, she responded, raising her head to survey his eyes for any hint of malevolence. My name is Kofi. He stretched out his pole. Howard, she said, and sought release of her small, imprisoned hand. I'm fine. I'm fine. Where are you coming from with your school bag? I went to study with my friend Mary for the entrance examinations. She answered and wondered why she had she had to answer. And where are you coming from? She thought revenge. Blue Gate Bar. Black Rasta is my friend. Went to watch UEFA League game. What's that? Howard, let me guide down. Let's sit on the covert wall. Over there, I will explain. The man walked to the short wall and patted the concrete seat. Howard sat her back, sat on her lap. I am surprised you don't know anything about the UEFA League. It's the most important soccer competition in the world. after the World Cup. Is our country going to the World Cup? How I wondered about the one competition she knew. No, not this time. The best players are not in the national team and they don't play like a team. So, how can this competition be important if they don't affect us? There is nothing more enjoyable than a soccer game. Well, almost. His eyes left the street and teased her. Ha! How I rolled her eyes than talking to you. I want to go home. How I looked at the liar then. I have seen you many times. Kofi put his hand on the bag. Really? Where? On this avenue. At night and in the day. Don't you attend Bauleshi Junior High School? His knowledge surprised. Howard enforced her for toss back on the stony seat. Her eyes asked the question. He answered her, I live just up the road, Orchard Lane. You must live nearby since you walk to school and walk home at night. Howard nodded the head. I have seen you from my school bus. Her excuse. The only thing I smell is your perfume. Kofi also stood up, staring at Hawa smiled, then shook her head. Men, her mother had hammered advice into her head about men. It is getting late. Hawa pleaded to be released. If you are afraid, I will walk you to your house. I don't fear anything. Kofi went into a boxing stance, throwing jabs at Phantom opponents. There are wild dogs at my house. Hawa warned. I want to walk home alone. But Kofi did not give up easily, and neither did Hawa so. They walked almost 2 kilometers. I'm getting tired. Kofi was frustrated in his plan to know the beautiful girl's home. Okay, Hawa agreed triumphantly. You were not used to walk. She rubbed it in. There was a smile in her voice. Okay, just like that. I want to see you again. You will see me from your bus going to Mount Crest International. There is a party at my friend's house next Saturday. It's about country's Independence Day celebration and my friend's birthday. My mom doesn't allow me to go to parties. Sometimes you have to make your own party. Life is to be enjoyed, should not be wasted. There will be plenty of food and drink. I don't drink. Howard threw a spanner into the plan. juice sodas. Okay, okay. How about peace? Great, 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 great. Howard said, exhale with relief. Can can I get your phone number? He rummaged rapidly in his pocket. Howard recited her mother's number to him. He entered them eagerly into his phone, echoing each number to sure he did not make mistake. Howard walked into the next patch of the darkness and watched the tall figure grow small into the distance. Then she too walked back. The way that day had come along Akuwaje Avenue. She turned right into the dark and tarred dead-ended road meter close. There was a man at the gate. Good evening, Mr. Ameu. She threw the greeting at him. Your mother ought to whip you for coming home this late. Mr. Ameu returned the greeting. Howard heard the padlock rattling in the metal gate behind her. When she opened the door of the kiosk, her mother turned a scowling face away from the TV to her. Words of greeting trembled from Howard's lips. Allah, Allah must have heard her silent prayers. Her mother didn't ask the expected barbed questions, but her face spoke them. Howard's mind was free to wonder Kofi the dangers he posed to her heart. His words came back to her as she got into her long t-shirt and readied to feel her mother's heated body on the narrow bed. Life is to be enjoyed. There will be plenty of food and drink. Her lean body desired more food than Fatih's lean budget could afford. Howard put her book back in the corner of the cramp. She lay on her back and closed her eyes. Her face was moist from her walk from school. She hoped the small window would let in enough air to cool her heated body. Her mother insisted that the door should always be shut. She said there were too many curious eyes, too many thieving eyes in the compound. That house is dozen kiosks now. Howard was teenager. She too appreciated privacy. She had felt uncomfortable when thrown open doors. Her curiosity had got the better of her, and her ears has been pricked by the lustful worms that escaped from the frinky wood structures. Even in the afternoon, where she lived, how she lived, were secrets kept from her. Even her closest friend, Mary, didn't know all. What her friend knew was that she lived in a neighborhood of expensive houses. Her thought was constantly concentrated on going to a good girls' boarding senior high school. Then she will escape from this cramming place. She will escape from her fear of discovery. She hated that she lived a life of lies, but the truth was exposed to ridicule, to shunning. No, a truth that kills is bad. You are lying down. The worst pieced her mother into the room. There are clothes to wash, food to cook, the shop to watch, and you are here sleeping. Howard jumped up and pleaded with a threatening arm with a punny pants. I wanted to rest just a little, ma'am. Her mother relentlessly picked something at her, retrieved her phone from bosom. Who is Mr. Kofi Alote? She asked the phone. She must increase her vigilance. She had observed the predator animal staring at her daughter. He said he was looking for you. She turned her fierce inquiry face to Howard. Let me look. Howard leaned and took in the name of the number on the screen. He is, he is, he is, he is, he is. Mother hired to help us prepare the name. Should I help you mention the name? I will call him and find out why he is bothering my mother. Howard took off her morning school uniform and hung it from her mother. After she has put after she has put it on the trousers and skirt, she covered her head with a scarf. As her mother had trained her, she stepped out of the kiosk and took a large yellow plastic container that once held important vegetable oil. She had to go and buy water before taking her bath and cooking dinner while her mother returned to watch over the tabletop shop. Then, after dinner, she had called Kofi and go to Mary's house to study. The light in Mary's house was brighter, and there were chairs and desks. Howard changed her mind once she left her house. It was her curiosity that did it to her. She walked she walked to a communication center and called Kofi Alote. Hello, she greeted. Hello, this is Hawa. Oh, my sweetheart. My mother said you called her. I was looking for you. She told me. Why are you disturbing my mother? The Independence Day party. We must go. You will meet other girls who are studying for the exams. Hawa was thinking. So, he added, there will be a lot to eat. It is also my friend Nana Kofi's birthday. His family is rich. His family is rich like yours. Hawa was intrigued by the mention of people who did not feel poverty. My father is not rich compared to Nana Kofi's dad. His father used to be minister. So, will you go? I have to wash before. We will go in the afternoon. I will meet you at the Blue Gate. You will be watching European football. Yes. Don't you have to study or do house chores? I don't do things. Hey, you are lucky, pa. I'm not lucky. I'm unhappy. I have to go. Is that your phone number? I will call you next time on it. It is not my phone. I don't have phone. My mother won't let me have a phone. If I give you a phone, will you hide it and call me? Howard trade at the thought of having her own phone. Okay, I will. Your phone number when you meet on Saturday. He tempted her. Okay, I will see you on Saturday. Yes. The girl who ran the communication center smiled conspicuously at her as she received Howard's payment for the call. Howard grabbed her container to go and buy water from the landlord who sold water from his black polythene to the many who were not lucky enough to have the National Water Company Limited pipe water to their home. The company said its resources, as its name suggests, were limited. Saturday came fast to Howard's palpitation. She tried to convince herself that it was just a birthday party. Nothing special, nothing to worry about. As she thought about it, she realized, she admitted reluctantly, that the difference was the boy who looked like a pawpaw tree. She had never ever dreamt of going anywhere with a boy. Her father would probably threaten to give her to animal punishment with mashed ginger if she knew. But a lie was such a hard thing to keep hidden. It always threatened to show its ugly face. Once she had lied to her mom that she was going for special tutoring at Mary's house. She had to dress she has to dress the part and carry her bag of books. Then she couldn't carry her books to Mary's house without letting Mary know. That was why the two of them now stood staring into the dusty blue gate bar to see if Howard would recognize the mysterious boy she had met at night and talked so much about. Howard was now wearing the clothes she had hid among her books. The tall boy sauntered out of the bar and looked at her. His eyes lit upon the two pretty girls. He guessed the smaller frame girl must be his Howard. He walked towards the curious girls, wearing his best smile. Howard and Mary. Yeah, that's it. How are you? He asked. Hers not. Fine, they responded like chorus. I didn't know we would be here. I told Mary a great party and she wanted to go. Howard apologized. She gripped her arm over Mary's shoulder. You don't want her to go. The idea of Howard being chaperone ego. He smiled and answered, the more the merrier. Let's get a taxi. We cannot afford a taxi fare from here all the way into town. Let's take Trotro. Howard told him. Trotro, Kofi's face could not hide his disdain. I've never sat in Trotro before. It will be an adventure for you then, Mary said, as it is an adventure for to go. Kofi showed his hands to his pocket. He walked away from the girls, then back to the girls. He did it many times, and Howard wondered if all was well with him. Then the trotro came to cut Kofi's walk and Howard's thoughts. They got off near the house and walked past Christ the King International before they reached Nana Kofi's house. A guard A guard from the house security opened the door like a policeman opened the gate. When Kofi called him by name, "These be my friends," Kofi put an arm on each girl's shoulder. He allowed him gangly right hand to graze Howard's breast. The guard winked at him. He wagged a fat finger at them and lectured that if they were not good children, if they misbehaved, he would report them to Massa and Madame when they returned. Kofi turned back and protested. You, you sabi, me, why you dey talk like that in front of my babies? I just dey warn you, that's all. The guard persisted. Hawa returned long enough from her joking tours the house to hear Kofi refers to them as babies. We are not babies. She removed the possessive arm from her shoulder. Oh, it's nothing. Kofi smiled away her protest. It just men's talk. When the thick wooden entrance door opened, the loud music made only loud conversation possible. They waded through till Kofi found a friend. This is my friend, Nana Kofi. Kofi poked his friend's chest with a forefinger. Today is birthday. He is getting old. He is 15. Happy birthday. The girls greeted him. Hawa and Mary. Kofi identified the girls he had brought. Thank you. Gorgeous. Nana Kofi rolled his eyes on the bodies of the girls. Kofi brought his mouth close to Nana Kofi's ear and said Hawa was his girlfriend, but Mary was available. Nana Kofi took Mary's hand and led them through a room with a long table grooming with food and drink. Hawa's eyes feasted on the food, and her stomach responded with a groan. But Nana Kofi did not stop in the room of plenty. He took them to a quieter room of white leather chairs. He whistled, and a girl in a white apron and a white scarf materialized. Tell her what you eat or drink. Nana Kofi invited his special guest. The girl smiled that she was their pleasure. Hawa was not comfortable giving directions to girl older than her. To a woman, she whispered her thoughts to Mary. They agreed that they prefer to return to the food room and assemble their own food that they will eat. We will go with Madam and choose what we shall eat. Howard told the two boys, she is not Madam, she is from catering company. Nana Kofi corrected Howard. The caterer led the way, and the girls followed her. And the girls followed her. One could see the mountains on their plates consisted of jollof rice, kelewele, grilled chicken, beef sauce, vegetable, noodles, small balls of banku, pieces of grilled tilapia. Kofi told the girls to eat while he and Nana Kofi explored the party. The boys took a long time to return, but the girls did not mind. Their breakfast and long digestion and washing a pile of clothing in morning and left Hawa famished. Kofi and Nana Kofi returned and took the girls back to the hall where the walls trembled from the music from the loudspeaker. It was latest music, which was the young loved, and so many showed off their dancing skills on the polished wood floor, but a few other held up the walls and watched. All the pleading and conjuring could not budge Hawa and Mary to the dance floor. The frustrated boys left Hawa and Mary felt free, but they were lonely. They were surrounded by strangers, so they wondered about them then. The wonders found themselves at the rear of the house, where thousands of flowers bloomed and trees blocked the sun. It was pleasing place to ideal. Ah, we have found you. That was the excited voice of Kofi. We have been looking for you, Nana Kofi said, to give you something delicious to give your taste. He held out the two glasses. What is that? Howard tasted and stared at bistro pineapple juice. Nana Kofi assured her, the best juice in the country. It is even exported to Europe. They sat on the green wooden benches in the garden, and after the girls had emptied the glasses, they did not resist when the boys led them away from the garden and back into the house. Howard's blurred eyes could not understand why they were in the room with a large bed. Nana Kofi's tongue all tickling Mary's ear, and her body dropped into the bed. She was smiling and giggling. Howard slumped on the sofa, on the circle. "I don't feel well," she whispered into his heavy breath. "What?" He felt her chest. "No, my stomach," she managed to say. "What is wrong with you?" Kofi's soft voice asked, and his eager hand stroked abdominal pain. Howard leaned towards the floor and answered him. She evacuated her late lunch to the till floor. Kofi sat next to the taxi driver. He was the very picture of dejection and unhappiness. He hit his thigh and with his fist asking his head why. Only he, among his friends, was still a virgin. He felt the unused condoms in his pocket. He complained to the driver about having to pay extra for his sisters who had not listened to him and had drank too much Bailey's ice cream. The taxi driver agreed that the sweet drink could delude many novice drinkers. His sisters were lucky they had their caring brothers like him. His sisters were lucky, otherwise, drunk girl was like a lost milk cow. "God will bless you," the driver sympathized. But no, he could not charge less for the ride. He would have to take his taxi to a car wash. "I thought you were sick." Kofi stopped. "Where is my phone?" Howard repeated. Howard repeated his patient. Forefinger repeatedly jabbed at the bar. "You are lying," Howard told him. "I'm not a liar." "Oh, I'm serious. Tomorrow, here at once." Kofi returned and placed a pleading hand on Mary's shoulder. "Okay." Mary accepted the promise. "Howard, let it go." It was later. It was later than it was later than we had promised. Our parents will be angry. My mother doesn't mind. Kofi considered the source of his domestic tyranny. But it is my father who has no understanding. You are lucky to have a father. Many told him, "We live with only our mothers. Let's go tomorrow at 1." Hawa pushed Mary to end the conversation. Mary led Hawa to her home. They had known each other long enough to know that Hawa couldn't go home. Not at this hour, especially not this condition. Not if wanted to avoid a beating or unconditional punishment. They would have thought of telling lies. They knew from experience that many times a lie was more delicious than the truth. So, as soon as they got home, Many begged her mom Our mother was profuse with her thanks for their care. She lamented that they lived in a mosquito infested place. The next day was Sunday, but the girls did not stir till late morning. Mary's mother did not disturb her about going to school. Her friend, who had malaria, was a Muslim who could not leave her alone. After the girls have rubbed life into their eyes, stretched and awkwardly many times, they satisfy and revenge hunger, while Howard's party dress dried in the sun. They sat on the veranda wall, dangled their legs, and diminished. The food was good. Mary recollected, "Oh God, if I had food like this, I would have eaten it always. Put some meal on my bones." Howard agreed, "But fat is not good. I don't like many. I don't like my body. Skinny like me is not good. People will say you are poor. People will know you were on a diet." Many assured her friends, "These days, even beggars are fat." She waited, then observed, "The skinny boy loves a skinny girl. He only wants to sleep with me. Do not think that while he put something in my drink." Howard wondered, "In our drinks? You mean?" "Yes, in our drinks. Whatever it was pineapple juice. My mother has told me about men. The two of them put their heads together that day." Howard nodded affirmatively to herself. "You think so?" Mary asked. I know so." Howard stopped nodding and shook her head as if she disbelieved what Howard was saying. "They wanted to steal our virginity, but thank God they couldn't. He was tickling me Mary explained, but I must confess, it felt good. So, did he do it? Howard showed Mary's shoulder for the truth to fall out. Am I cheap, girl? I told him I was in my period, and he believed you. Boys are not as smart as girls. He believed me. He believed me more when I assured him next time I will never again go to a party organized by boys in a house. Our concluded, yes, we will not go to any party like that again. It was past. It was past. The most did not take much more than an hour. Mary explained that if there were women and children tormented by witches and prophets decided to pray for them, definitely they will be healed of their sickness. Howard said she will pack her things, and if Mary didn't mind, they should walk to the Blue Gate Bar and wait for coffee and the phone. It was a phone they could both use since they were together, so he needs to get a phone from him. Howard carried her book bag, and they walked through the alley to Kofi's Avenue. They did not see Kofi at Blue Gate Bar. I don't like standing at the roadside like this. Howard looked about to see if men were looking at him. As a mother had told her, girls were chicks. Girls were chicks. That's where men have been hunting for. Yes, it is hot beside this road with no tree. Let's go inside the bar and wait. There is air conditioning blowing throughout the place. Mary agreed. They sat in the corner, away from the men who were watching sports on the big screen TV. A woman came and asked them about what they would drink. Do you sell kebab? Mary asked. Question kebab. She questioned again. It is afternoon. Now, we don't sell kebab in the evening. The waitress said. He looked at them as girls and knew they can't buy anything. We will drink pineapple juice. Howard said, do you have money to pay? If they come, they will pay. What of if they don't come? Don't worry, they will come. The waitress took her head at the and looked at the teenagers and went away. Mary shouted to her and whispered to Howard, if we don't tell her, she'll fill our glasses with ice and little pineapple juice. I know what they do. No, you are funny. In the pineapple juice, which eyes are you talking about? Our agreed. They laughed. They did not cover their laughter this time. They nursed their drink and shared their fear about looming national entrance examination senior. Hawa wanted to go to the girls' boarding school. Her preference was for a girls' school in Cape Coast. It would be far enough away from her mother. Every girls was good, but it had the distance disadvantage of being too close to Accra. She would risk her mother visiting her almost every week. Mary said freedom would be found in the mixed school. Her thoughts were on the good mixed schools. After weighing the merit and demerit of various schools, a conclusion came like a light turn on the dark room. They needed to be together more than they needed to be away from each other. That was how they agreed that they would go to a faraway city with mixed school for Mary and an all-girls school for Hawa. Then they could see each other every weekend. Then their thoughts returned to the hurdle that lay between Faraway City and the present place. They were on the subject for so long that they did not notice the passage of time. It was past 2 o'clock when Kofi came looking like a lost sheep. Mary blessed his attention. Kofi's eyes left watching TV. Wow, I didn't even see him. They were just concentrating on their pineapple juice and their conversation, but not your type of pineapple juice. How I felt is still raw, feeling chaffed. I am so worried, Kofi said. Then he placed his hand on the table. Your phone tapped the smallpox. The fixation of Howard's face disappeared. The hearse hurriedly opened the box and revealed the phone. She did not lift out the phone. She only looked at it the way a child looks at a stranger. A parent says in a relative manner. Mary did not have Howard's patience. She took the phone and searched for its battery. She smarted that the proof of a phone was in it. In her head, she said Kofi could be an Azan boy applying to them. We will call you later. Howard understood her friend and gave Kofi warning look. But how will I explain the phone to my mother? She looked to Mary's face. You can't say a man gave it to you. Her mind was an answer. No, Howard. You can't say someone bought it for you. So what am I going to tell my mother now? Well, I will say I borrowed it from you. I was excited, but also rose for her seat. Yes, Mary, I agreed. You can tell your mother you borrowed it from me. Kofi kissed her lips and asked for a bottle of his favorite beer. Do your parents allow you to drink? Mary asked him. Alcohol is bad, Howard said. If we did only what our parents wanted, boredom will kill us. They don't like our haircuts. They don't like the kind of uniform we wear. They don't like our shoes. They don't like our fingernails. They don't like music we listen to. Me, I don't listen to my parents. I do what I like. They don't like all this and you do? Howard asked. I said, I'm sorry. Me, I do what I like, not what my parents like. So, you want us to be your friend. We will listen to our parents. So how do we become your friends? Why you don't listen to your parents? Howard was willing to buy peace. We are very sorry, tutors by school. I can arrange. I can arrange with Mr. Taki. Pay for you to join the group. They finished their drinks and agreed to attend the extra classes Kofi offered to pay for them. Howard and Mary agreed that they were getting good apple from Mr. Taki and other Mount Crest international tutors. They saw difference between their schoolmates and that of the international school. So they decided to agree to join their classes. Their routine was to meet a Blue Gate bar on a Saturday morning and take a trotro to Mount Crest for these extra classes. When they got there, Kofi invited them for party. And because they have become regulars at the bar, Black Rasta song is what they normally listen to at the bar. Who managed it for his indisposable behavior kept a paternal eye on them. He would chase them home by 6 o'clock. That was how that was how that was how they were told. One evening, he told them he had thought and thought and thought, found a solution to their problem. I know a man who can help you pass your exams. He supported his book on their table. We have been getting tutorial on Mount Crest International. Mary told him. I know, Kofi has told me. Black Rasta answered. Yo, Black Rasta, a heavy matter must be handling seated person. There is a physical side and spiritual side that you can't see. You see sitting in the bar with them and you think they are teaching you the right thing. Yo, we have our spiritual side. That one is invisible. While we sleep, our spirits roam the earth. They go to the places our physical bodies cannot go. What happens when this spiritual body go out? He pounded his chest with his palm as if he cared but little for his physical body. Our spirits go far from here. Our answered. All humans believe that death is not the end of this life. Black Rasta agreed. Our spirits go to another place. There you will find peace. Are you sure? Where did you get all this information from? Or you are also a witch? Kofi said, yeah. There is a man I know, a man I consulted. His name is Prophet Malam. Hey, Prophet, who is Malam again? He lived in Nima. I will give you his number. Call him and you will see, he will tell you all your secrets. He doesn't know you. He hasn't seen you before, but I'll give you his number. He will tell you everything. Shockingly. What of if you are the one that told him about me? How will I know? Oh, why will I tell him about you? I don't trust you. Okay. Me, I know he's powerful. And he performs miracle. A lot of people go to him. If you like, one day I will send you to him. Howard and Mary felt boxed. At this time, all was not well. They agreed on an evening after school travel together to Nima, the place they will meet Prophet Malam. Kofi went early to Blue Gate Bar to wait for his two girls, Hawa and Mary. Kofi went early to Blue Gate Bar to wait for his two girls, Hawa and Mary. She had her mother's blessing when she told her she was going to see a malam, a man knowledgeable in the Quran. She wore her jab and emphasized that point. Kofi had Hawa all to himself, an opportunity, an opportunity that did not occur often. What he had often wished for. He was so concerned about finding the right words that he could to deceive and get Hawa. And now the plan has worked. He has started and it's going well. Now let's go. Let's go and see Malam Prophet. It is starting to drizzle. Let's go. Maybe she is in church with Ma Salome and we are here wasting our time. Howard tried to put Kofi out of his mystery so that they can wait for Mary. But Kofi knew why he wanted only the two of them to go. I know Howard agreed. He doesn't want to go. That's why she hasn't come as at now. Kofi called Prophet Malam and told him they were waiting at the mosque. Hawa was glad when they got to the mosque in her neighborhood was not besieged by such mystery. It was just when a man in the white jalabia uh, a man in the jalabia came and asked Kofi if he was Kofi. Kofi asked him his name. When he said Prophet Malam, they agreed to. Follow him, Malam, said Kofi. They were going to be there. Kofi replied that the other girl had gone to church with her mother. Malam returned that Muslims and Christians were people of, of the book, that they worship the same God. Every great thing, like love, death, God, was known by many different people. They followed him through the dark people alleys. He spoke only narrow messages, separated the house from each other. Howard saw that Nima was crammed with houses, stuffed with people. Malam greeted the many people of his compound and said, as if they didn't know, that he had returned and that the people were his guests. His door creaked, and after he has fumbled, Malam got out of his meal and shoes and asked his guests to enter without their footwear. There was a carpet in the center of the room. Malam similarly seated. When Malam noticed Kofi's difficulty, he permitted him to sit in any portion. Malam wiped his face with both Kofi and Hawa and said, Bismillah illallah. He looked at Kofi and asked if he had brought the consultation fee. When Kofi looked at him, he asked, the carpet, place your money on the edge of the carpet. Then he leaned to the side and brought a plate holding to a red candle to us. He lit pendulous in a manner in which you will be okay with. After incantation, that Hawa recognized as Arabic from the Mankaranta classes of her childhood. He asked Kofi what his desires were. We want to pass our entrance exams to senior high. Malam chuckled. Malam greeted many people and it went viral. It's not everything that's supposed to be cool. Of course, he never agreed, neither he believed. But Kofi finally said they are about to write their final exams and they want to pass so that they can get good school, first class SHS to attend. After incantation, that Hawa recognized as Arabic from the Makaranta classes of the childhood, he asked Kofi, what if his desire were, we want to pass our entrance exams? Is that all? Malam chuckled, and the frivolous desire brought another mighty. The chuckle generated into a violent cough, requiring the evacuation of Rem. In subsequent loud deposit in the complainer kept nearby that purpose, there was more than ample time for Hawa to be turned off by his cola and tobacco stained teeth. When Kofi saw that Malam had recovered from the answer given to yes, he looked at Hawa and confirmed. Hawa nodded and agreed. Malam rapped deliberately and said this was not a heaven problem. Then he threw them on the carpet. He started at them. He shook his head in a sad way. He collected the carries, put them in his left hand, returned them to his right hand before casting them once more in the floor. He said, a worried a worried He looked at them and they believe he is doing something special. But I saw that as being deceptive. Well, anyone and their belief, your belief is different from mine. So, let's stick to it. I knew it. There was a joy discovery in many cigarette packs. A day voice. These are your enemies. He tapped. I will give you, and you must make sure you take it as it is. More than ever. More than ever. Oh, yes, more than ever. And I know, definitely, things will go well. I believe in whatever stage I find myself. I believe from one stage to the other, God is in control. Definitely, there is no way I will be there and go astray. That will never happen. Oh, okay. It is going well. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. It's the same thing that we have planned to do and make things better. Better off, better off, better off. Better off, better off, better off. Kofi agreed with him. Abdullah told her. Qabil and Habil made sacrifice. Abraham took his own Israel to sacrifice. The sacrifice must come from your hand. The sacrifice must be genuine. The sacrifice must be the one that is tainted. All the same, all the same, is well known. Why can't we be on a standby so that everything we do will be monitored? It wouldn't be fair when we come out with what doesn't match our faith, but at the end, we are to achieve a purpose. We are to achieve a target. We are to what? Break a record. That is the main focus, but not what we think will not please some people. Well, as long as the people are here supporting it, I think we need to go by it. And I know definitely I'm smile at one side. Yes, that is great. Great, 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 great. Let's not forget about that. Because whatever we do, we will not allow it to go contrary. Never, 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 never. It's good to be there. All the same, God's time is the best. And definitely, we will surely make sure the correct thing is done. In church, the correct thing must be done. And that's exactly what we're looking at. Don't allow them to overthrow you in jail. Why? This is Jesus. And dream in. Believe in that. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Definitely, certainly. He told me, and that is all should be okay. Anointing and wow. Yeah, mom pie. And make sure. Oh, okay. I know definitely. I know definitely. I'm going to get what I want. And they will never get me. Let's pray. Get it. Well, it needs to go there. The marriage proposal. A breeze from the Atlantic Ocean ruffle the leaves of the neem tree. That is okay. It needs to be fastened. Well, it does. Okay. The need to be on Atlantic Ocean, and it must cross the border in a way of sustaining what is being suggested. It could happen that when it's time to express those things, breeze from the Atlantic Ocean was a sample of what is being bought. Sometimes it's good to know what you want and let it be under rule. Wow, it's been a so long. Should we tide what is being there already? And also well engaged. Hey. Our daughter has seen her blood. She started with the ovulation. Yes, Fati answered. 3 years now. She counted off her fingers to be sure. In my father's time, she would have been in her husband's house by now, he said. But this is different time. Fati reminded him it is not a different time. A married young girl still get spoiled. Like you spoiled me. Fati's voice could speak with anger. Yes, we hope to go against the evil that men do. And I think we must ensure that we will not allow people to bully us. God, you are, and you are the only one. I was 17 by then, and my daughter will not get married. She will not bear children. Not now. Not now, I repeat. I feel sorry for your two slaves. You see how you turn things upside down? On their heads, I am their slave. I labor to feed and clothing them while they grow fat. I grow lean. Look, there is no way we will allow them kill us. What is Alhaji Adams going to do? Give me. He laughed. Not me. Not me. Oh, is it only Muslims that give their children out at early age for marriage? Oh no, it's not about Muslims. Normally, at traditional level, is found everywhere, depending on the person's motive, mentality, and how the person takes things. Well, it could be, and that is true. It depends. It depends. You are right. You are right. So definitely things will go on. Provisions, shops for our provisions, shops, and our data was just out of band. Let's see whether we'll be able to overcome that. The law will put you in jail. That is the best thing to do. And I think we need to do the right thing. That is the best thing we will get. Oh, yes, it's true. Did he even not add an Ethiopian woman, an African, to his bed visitors? The white man who pretends to have only one wife, does he not keep concubines and has women safe on his streets? All your talk is for nothing. When I was pregnant, did not know, and I know definitely. It's not easy. God is in control. Even the virgin seller noticed the sorrow in her eyes. He asked, "Are you going to do anything special?" Maybe. Oh, yes, it can happen. You won't do anything special, but we need to go by what is here. It's nice. That is good. I think we must go according to what is there. Okay, it's not always that we'll get what we want. Our daughter has seen the blood again. Is it true? And how do you take it? Well, it could be that it's not always like that. And I don't trust it in a way. Mysterious. Those who speak Hausa call me Anabi Malam. Then I can easily allow in obtaining some form of scaling. And I think when that happens, we will make sure they don't go in that way. That is what's supposed to happen. Let's see them. Well, it could be his power. His power was more than mine, but most of the times we make him his power was more than mine, but sometimes we don't even give them chance to overcome us. Yes, it was dark everywhere when they left Malam. Hawa and Kofi kept close to Malam because of the trust they had for him. That is not bad, but if only he genuine and could definitely help them. Okay, let's see what happens. It could be he's genuine. It could be he's playing tricks on them. The end justifies the mean. We will take it from there. It's true. But how do we identify the genuine and the fake person? They themselves will not even allow you to justify that. So most of the times, you have to use your conscience and your mind to overcome that. That's right. And it's true. It's very true. Okay. Well, we'll go and make sure the right thing is done. Yes. And make sure the right thing is done. For it needs to be said. Yes. Make sure the right thing is done. Okay. Always go that way. Our daughter has seen the blood, but sometimes talking to them becomes very difficult in a way. It is not difficult time. Unmarried young girls still get spoiled. Sometimes your parents do that because they think you get out of hand. So giving you out for marriage is the good option. Although we don't agree on it. Even society does not support that. They also have their personal reasons. But any child that is underage and the father gives her out for marriage, that father will be arrested. So, if you think you are underage and your parents are forcing you to get married to a man, you can report them. There is no way they will go escort free. That one will never happen. Oh yes. It's good. We do the right thing at the right time, for the right reason, to achieve the right results. Yes, it needs to be taken care of in one way or the other. And how do you get it? Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Let it be. Let it be. Oh yes. Let it be. Let it be. Oh yes. Did he give, not add, Ethiopian human, an African to God? It's getting tougher, 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 and tougher. Yes. Wow. It's already. Oh. Going very well. Will be very faster in a way. But all the same, we need to always do the right thing. To where I don't know anybody. You know me. Mary answered. Oh, do you know me? No, you don't look familiar at all. Oh, okay. For me, I know you. Well, it happens sometimes. Nice meeting you. It's good one. A few evening later in the day, it will happen. But how do you meet later in the day again? Staying under my wing will help you. Are you free? Then we can surely arrange and see how best we can meet. In a few months, when I go to boarding house, okay, it's better than not getting it at all. Yes, by the way, it's nice. What do you want to say? Where are you going to? And where are you coming from? Yes, exactly. I'm talking to you. Oh my God. You are a stranger and you are asking me a lot of questions. How do you answer? A stranger? Well, everyone in this world is a stranger. We use just a day to meet someone. Even your parents were once strangers. It was just a day. You got to know them. Well, if you didn't mind. Had not Malam powers exposed and crushed their enemies, he was worried. So saying that if Hawa is love, then he could. It's not easy. Means and ways to get something from them. So if you are not wise enough, the little you have can easily be taken away from you. Such is life. That is why we need to be careful. Okay, it's not bad. We overcome it one time. Coffee and black rasta marked in a way all the same. That's good. She arrested his sons and sniffed them and we odor. Well, it's like that. Kofi wondered if Mary's mom has something to do with the expose. I still don't get it. Yes. Yes, it could be better, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. But I woke up and didn't want to. Okay. Bribery is a crime, but I've not seen anyone in prison for being taking a bribe. That sounds interesting because those who take bribe have a stronger life partner. That's true. The police also take bribe. The person who reported me thinks he has the liberty and the freedom like that. Well, all the same, let's see. Kofi agreed with his friend. The police should fight for rare criminals. Looking at him, he's even the criminal there because no one invited him. You don't know his whereabouts, and we don't know where he comes from. He just took everything upon himself, as if he understands the fight perfectly. Well, such is the world. Such is really the world. It's not easy to allow them misbehave. All will go in the manner in which it's supposed to. Yes, that is right. I know it needs to be commercial. If it is commercial, then we think of managing it. Okay, maybe. Well, it's good to make it pierce in a manner. Okay, by the eternity war, Black Rasta. Another one naming himself Black Rasta. Okay. Don't let your anger take you off. It's quite awesome. I think we need to get it right and right and right. You go home only after you have paid all your hospital bills. Black Rasta explained, and some of the women are relatives of the sick. You are to, yeah, interesting. She won't even come for you to know whether she forms part of the relative. It sounds quite interesting. They entered, they entered the ward, that warehouse. Sick men were waiting to be part of the anniversary. We're wondering how that could be. Is it going to be a get together or some small, simple party to be organized? Well, then we need to know the organizers of that particular party. Children. She is not a nursing mother, or the kids are. She should be Rasta instead. Who are these children? Ataba indicated with head. This one, tallest, definitely we shall overcome. I hope your feelings are not overriding you. When you pray, it should be one of the aspects that matters much in your life. Because the moment you are able to overcome your feelings, you can easily overcome your enemies and conquer Satan. Yes, that's right. It is true. You mean he was further than this? Yes. The writing and its information even indicate. Did you know him in the first place? Only heard about him. Well, hearing about him is also not bad. It means you can easily tell something about him. Well, it's good to be tainted sometimes. That helps you to overcome the challenge. And when you are able to overcome the challenge, it helps you to know what you want. Okay. Tonight. Oh. Kaya Manaka tonight. Tonight. Tonight in Sunaka and Komaya. So my tonight are not at this category. My tonight in they are not here. So how do I tonight here? Well, no, come. Yes. After you stop, you go there. The chart or the main stop point. Ramatu and said, what is slowing down? What is slowing down is not slowing someone else down. But I'm sure by the close, even before we get to Ochina, she will call you and tell you you've been forgiven. She's shocked I'm able to tell her mind exactly what she is planning. That's why I said Muslim, they don't do that. But I don't know how offensive Also, she doesn't want me to know. That's why I'm not forcing her to know. Okay, it's quiet. Yes, you go home early and come home early. Hospital bills. Black Rasta explain. And what are you going to also explain? Is that the first time you heard hospital bill? Oh, explain your man on. I thought definitely you should be able to at least get it right. Wow. Mm. They entered the word that the warehouse sick men, they may not like to enjoy it. By the way, it was one of the best experience when it was first time experienced. Aside individualism, which rejects most of the experience, you will love it. The next weapon has to do with the secrets you have. It doesn't matter who the person is. Not all secrets need to be known, not even your parents. There are some you can share, there wouldn't be a problem. But there is a particular one that you need to keep to yourself. You don't know when you have problem with that so-called best friend, and he's the same person that will sell your secrets in the market. So it's very important as a living being, we live to learn. Anyone that seems reasonable enough is always ready to learn. As long as we live, we learn. And that should be a fact. If you say you won't learn, you'll be going without direction. And you definitely lose your way. That is someone who is not ready to learn. Life is a lesson. It's the same as problem. That is how it is written. That is why life, when one problem is solved, another problem pops up. It's like mathematics. When you solve the first step, the next step must also be worked out. And never get tired until you get solution to the problem. Because if you withheld, definitely that is going to be your burden. Don't expect someone to solve your problem for you. You should be your own problem solver. Where you need clarification, you can seek. But do not think someone can take your burden off you. Everybody has burden. So you don't come to me to take yours for you, whilst I've not finished taking mine. Such is life. When that happens, you will be mocked. They will laugh at you. It's not something that you can see directly, but it makes people lose respect. What you see is very simple, may be complicated to me. Such is life. Such is life. We don't have the same problem, but we all have problem. Such is life. Yours may seem to be bigger. You see mine small. The same way I may be seeing yours, depending on how the weight carries the person. Anyone who understands the word life will understand human being perfectly. When we talk about life, it's not about being rich. It's not wealth. It's not money. It depends your understanding about life. Such is life. We learn, we explore, and we should be ready to be intimidated. We should be ready to accept mistakes. We should be ready to fail on the way. If you don't fail, you don't have life experience. Anyone who understands life and have life experience has failed, and the failure may not even be one, on several occasions. Never regret doing something in your life. But whatever problem you had, you should make sure that problem doesn't repeat itself. It's only a fool that doesn't learn from his mistakes and allow the worst to happen to him again. Life challenges must always have a solution. There is no problem in this world that has no solution. Unless you yourself, you think you don't have solution to it. That is where you may allow yourself to be used. If you don't commit suicide, it will break you down forever. Such is life. Anyone who understands life will be ready to learn always. No one knows everything on earth. As long as we live to learn from one another. That is why when you make mistake and someone is ready to correct you, no matter who the person is, accept it and just change from it. If you think it's not that, don't challenge the person. Just go your way and do the right thing. When you do that, then next time you should be corrected with the right thing. The person will never worry himself correcting you again, because he feels you know everything. Such is life. There are a lot of mistakes we make that haunt us and bring us down. We don't observe them. It's life. is life. We all have life experience, so let's try to learn and make sure what we are learning is something that will have positive impact on our life. The negative one you embarked on last time, don't think of doing it again. Maybe you think the result that came out of it was positive and was favorable to you. Don't forget the one that was affected in the process. Every human have the feeling of the human. That's why I said anyone that can kill his fellow human being is not a human being. Because there is no way you will see a lion capturing another lion because they see themselves as one. So don't do what will hurt your brother thinking because you are not from one belly or from one mother or father, or it's not the same blood that passed through your vein. You are not human. Every human being has human feeling. When a friend goes through pain, you feel the same pain for the person. That makes you human being. It's good to laugh, but your love should have limitation. Love is good. Love is good. Love conquers all. The reason why love conquers all, even love is better than being the richer. You can be rich, but if you don't have love, you will never be happy. You will never be happy. If you love someone, there is no way you will see that person going through pain and you'll be happy. If you love someone, the moment the person goes through pain, you feel the pain for the person. That is what you call love. I've never seen someone praying for his enemy before. You even clap that he is going through troubles. But your loved ones, you will do everything to rescue the person. That is called love. We love in the heart. It's not the surface love you say with your mouth. That doesn't go with your brain and your heart. Not the physical one. That one is not called love. That one is facial one. Life story. Life always teaches us. But those who don't want to learn, they always allow it pass by. And they struggle in life a lot. Life is not money. For money, you will leave it. But do you know where you are going after your death? The same people you will meet there. That is it. But all the words you have, you are not living with them. But one day, after here, we'll meet again. That is it. Since there is something called ghost. There is something called soul. Yes. Wherever it goes, you and I, we don't know. But all we know is after here, there is soul. So it goes somewhere. We will meet there again. So let's learn how to laugh. It's good to learn. It's good to learn. Okay. Okay. Uh, New book. Robert Jingle. The Ghost. So, what's our next move? Asked it when half an hour later the friend were seated around the table at outfit headquarters. Hard to say, granted, considering what we went through. I think there is only one thing we can do. We said they can put up wire and steel gates and have guard dogs, and also that I suggest we make a den in the weeds by the gate and take turns watching them come and go. We could learn quite a lot. Well, that was a big waste of time. Grumbled Teach. It was 7 o'clock. The friends were dragged home through weeping. Wood after watching. We have some good games of nuts and crossed though green jars. Grace needs chick. Why don't you dish the outfit and start an outdoor and cross lake instead? Quiz morning, you little rant. Groan. Hey, cry monkey. It's the first day. Remember, it wasn't be a decent mystery if we crack it the first day. It will be more interesting through. We'll see you. That wouldn't be hard, muttered Ditch. I've had more excitement watching Moses grow. Shaz and the girls had to go home as soon as they reached the caravan. So Mickey fried burgers for Raider and himself, and they ate them on the step as the sun sank beyond the trees. By the time you have washed and sucked the tin plate and its dust. Mickey traveled in a great circle round wood, while Radar dashed in and out of the tickets. Well, I would like to know the one. He just enjoyed the chase. He was dark when Mickey completed his great circle and stepped the clearing caravan stood. Is there? Okay. This book is not interesting. Okay. Anansi in the land of oh, change of book. Book by title Anansi in the land of who? By Yao Asari. Akpala, are you there? Who are you? Anansi. Eh, eh, you see, Akpala, speak up now, or I shall release this bow. Anansi. Oh, no, no, no. Please shift that arrow to the right. That's my heart you are aiming at. Shift it a bit, please. Akpala. And why should I? You expect me to miss my mark. Look, I mean to drive this poisoned arrow right through your heart. That is if you fail to tell me who you are and why. Do you want to know? Anansi. Well, you see, I am only lonely, hungry, hungry traveler. I came across this meal and couldn't help but. Akpala, help yourself to it. Uninvited. Eh? Well, I must take you to the king. You have broken a crucial taboo, intercepted a very critical ritual process. You must answer to the key. Anansi, oh please, please, can't you spare me? Akpala, and face the wrath of the spirit. No, up strange one. Mount that bow on your head and get along. That way, hurry. Akpala, indicate a spot to the left of King's platform. Sit down there. I'm not a thief. I am only. Only what? Shut up. Will you? We shall see about that. When the king comes, what keeps you waiting, man? Call the king. Tell him Akpala has brought a thief from the forest. Anansi, this is strange word indeed. Fancy, respectable man like me being called a thief. Truly, the royal of our land becomes a commoner. Akpala, a royal does not go scavenging. Anansi, hungry wandering. Tell that to the king. Now, will you shut up? The king is coming. Who is this, Akpala? And what is this? Your Royal Highness, Abi of Dimni, I was in the forest doing my rounds, inspecting my traps, when I saw this strange man, this thief, wandering round crossroads where our maidens went through their final poverty rite. This morning, his strange outfit and manner caused me to suspect he was up to some evil. So I hid and watched Your Highness, to my horror disgust, I saw this man removed the bowl of sacrificial food from the mold, sat down, and set the food ablaze. Eating the food means to appease the spirits of evil destiny. Yes. Wow. My Akpala, my lawyer duty, great one. And you, what do you have to say? Anansi, great king, I am only wondering. Dating, no, great king. Ghost, no, great king. I am a human. Anansi. So you are human. Then no, you dare partake in the meal of resident spirit. Surely you must have a name. Kweku Anansi. Kweku Anansi. I've heard your name before. The queen likes mentioning your name. Kweku Anansi. Yes, it is me. Okay. Now, I leave you to the chief priest. He will decide what to be done to you. Enough. Sure. Odumankuma. Gokwa Nancy. Odumankuma. Elder. Eh? No one. Exactly. I am very, very sorry. Old one I used. The Anansi. I used the old name. I have now come with the new name. Is it not the same Anansi you mentioned? Yes. The old name has been performing these bad things. That is why I'm now having new Anansi name. So the new Anansi name will not be doing bad things again. Priestess, you have ruined that sacrifice. You stopped the passage of sacrifice to appease evil spirits. You are an evil soul. Or let's wait what happens to you next. Anansi. One last word. Great king. All right. Bring him back for a comment. Remember, only for a comment, not what is proposition. Hey. Okay. When the priestess toned down the sacrifice, hey, Amada, I'm on the papa. I'm not the one Amada. Okay. Bring him back for a moment. Remember, only for a moment. Now, what is the proposition you spoke of? Great one. As I have already identified myself, and as your venerable elder has rightfully said, I am the greatest craftsman ever in the world. Oduma Kuma's head weaver. If you spare my life, I shall weave for you and your household the best and the most beautiful clothes a man ever set on earth. Well, how do we even know you are who they refer to? Oh, that's capable of fears. In fact, I am the one. I'm imposter. The gods forbid. The great king does give me a name. Thank you very much, King. Now listen. 3 days from now, that is the morning of the day morning of the day, afternoon of the day, and evening on the day. So always there is something on the day. First, I may be given an isolated spot themselves. I accept that wholeheartedly. Good. Now, you may go. You must allow me to state my side of the story. What sort of question is that? What purpose? You forgot Kweku Anansi in the process. Okay. Then, that is not enough. They have to give you what it takes for you to weave, for me to see. After you are done weaving, then your judgment follows. Okay. Well, what goes to the queen then? Enter through the door, upright, carrying a large calabash of water, which the king is going to eat and drink again. Interesting. Look, what I have gotten myself into, the worst thing is to have hey, don't you breathe? Anansi story. From the king, the stranger brought them. He was going to die for breaking a taboo. Now, he buys his life with a craft. Here, how do we maintain this craft or exchanging craft with human life? This is a very big question. Interestingly, he got to answer us. Well, From him, the strange brought them into it. Well, for me, I think they born to be so. Anansi's story. I've never read any Anansi story that Anansi has been a good person. Everything he uses his mind to beat the people. Hey, hey, Kweku Anansi. Kweku Anansi. Kweku Anansi. They called me for food. So long as I was hungry, I must get ready to embark on this enter. Look what I've gotten myself into. That was near disaster. I tell you, I've been asked my way out. I must make sure the texture design, everything is best ever made. But this nothing to beat Anansi. I shall accomplish this task. Go ahead to earn mystery honor, recognition, and authority here. Tell me, what man, what man are you replacing? Is it the king or myself? Well, time will tell. You don't have enough space to move further. Just look at you. How can such a sleepy scared cow who be embody the witchcraft, vigilance of an empire? Tell me, somebody, what stops Anansi from picking the jersey? It couldn't work. Left to me alone, they should have banished him. Oh, from him, stranger bought them. He was going to die for breaking a taboo. It needs to. What time in the morning you? 12. Ah, okay. It's true. Okay. From him, the stranger bought them. He was going to die for breaking a taboo. Now he buys his life with craft. Well, it's considerable and needs to be considerate in a way. Yay, yay. Oh, okay. It's going to work in a way. How could this happen to a stranger? A stranger came dictating to the people of the town. That shows how wise Anansi is. Now, date goes up again. Enter through the queen's mother. It is better to negotiate than giving him the chance to choose or make choice. He has now become on top of all. So how do we get him? How do we get him to be punished or banished? Stay where you are, or I will shoot you. Go on, you idiot. In arms, here are you. A guard charge to watch over an important prisoner. The very prisoner works you up. Interesting. Mary, that princess, Sojisa. Yes, I want her for myself, and you must help me. How? You are sure of getting her? Then there is no help to be given to you. Anansi, I get what I want easily. Then why are you telling me? Forget about her because there is no way you get it. Forget about it. Look pretty, princess. Have you won by your brain, not your brown? Are you there? Are you there? Okay. If you will not give me reply, then I think I can't do anything to help you. Bye bye. Okay. So Jisa and the maidens, who? How interesting shall we say? Interesting. The priestess stares significantly, disdainfully to the king dossier, then smiling at the face. It's what you won't get. The bodies of those ones in the processes means in the total cost. It's good to suspend him because as at now he has gotten no remorse. Yes, all must work. And that is exactly what you people are doing. Okay. Anansi's story. My king, he did not die. Okay. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Hey, what are you talking about? Now, you added insanity to your idiocy. He did. Okay. Look here, Odudu. If you want a layer plow, if only the announces story has ordained you to get more into you. The Ghanaian playwright, director, choreographer Yao Asare, who died in Accra on Thursday, 1st August 2002. In Accra, was among the most versatile and accomplished musicians that who also died through an accident. Very vital one. It's good for her to cheer. Asari enjoyed international Newton as a result of strict name. He used to organize workshops on Suzuki training technology. Fernandez, and being one of the resource persons for workers like this. Asari made a major contribution to young people's theater in Ghana by leading the National Youth Theater Ensemble. In 1994, he moved to the National Theater, and okay, wow. I am also very grateful to each and everyone by helping to make this program a success. And so far, so good. For this second edition, will be acknowledged for everyone whose contribution has been perfectly touched the hearts of Ghanaians. Any good news? Okay. The stage has been composed further down. Well, further down from the left to the down. Fingernails. It should be stated as it is. Okay. What happened to Richmond? Did he end? Did he end well? Okay. And I think he should always end well. If not, it attracts a lot of subtraction. It may not disqualify you directly, but it may drop your number of hours, which may not help you meet your target. It's very important. So let's be up and doing. That's the best thing. Yes. Up and doing. Exactly. Okay. Okay. Exactly a year in office as a president, Richmond built an executive mansion and gave it to Mr. Kwanzaa as a gift. When he handed the keys to Mr. Kwanzaa, Richmond said to him, "A good teacher is always remembered by his students. The gift is always saying that the seed you sowed into me is bearing good fruit, and I will always remember you when I get into a grave." Mr. Kwanzaa heard these words from President. Tear dripped, and he said, "I was growing up. They always encouraged me, even when my academic performance was poor. Amazingly, amazingly, a week after Richmond's induction as a president of Wonderland, Mr. Kwanzaa was received the best teachers award in Wonderland. That is not all. Richmond bought mansion for him. It was so amazing and encouraging. He said, "Wonderful." Yes, I remember the time Mr. Kwanzaa asked me to become the future president. He did. Decided to say that yes, he can, and it was good. Let's try and do the right thing. We won't allow anyone to bring us down. Let's keep doing what is right, and definitely we shall overcome. It needs to be intrigued in the same way. Uh, okay. Okay. It's break time. We'll come back next 20 minutes. All right. Okay. Then we'll continue. It's not time. All right. Long time ago, there lived a poor woman in a village called Van de Coast. Van de Coast was a fishing village in a country called Wonderland, whose capital was Beauty City. When this fisherman came of age to marry, he married one of the virgins of the village who was fishmonger. This couple lived a very happy life in spite of their financial challenges. They loved each other and did very well. And did very well. Most often, when the people in the village saw them doing this, they became jealous of them, wish they could be one of them. For this reason, many married couples who are one problem or the other in their marriages approached this couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bless, for advice. Others came to them just to inquire about the secret theory behind their successful marriage. Whenever people approach them, they always say, our secret is simple. We love, we share, and we respect each other. Other things like knowledge, understanding, encouragement, and the rest, in spite of the happiness, Mr. and Mrs. Bless did not have a child. Yet, they did not allow the devil to enter into their happiness. Years of being married, They can't boast of a single child. The relatives of both families began to mount pressure on them. Some of the relatives of the man secretly advised him to divorce his wife and marry a woman who can give him children. But he never heeded to their advice. The relatives of the woman also advised her to consult a witch doctor in the village for help, but she refused. This happy couple were devout of believers and were determined not to compromise their godly values and beliefs. Whenever any family relative confronted them with the issue of not having children, they responded, "Leave us alone. Children are gifts of God." When relatives and friends saw that Mr. and Mrs. Blessing are not preparing to heed the advice, they left them alone as they told them. They became to talk of the village, and people said a whole lot of things about them. But this happy couple were never bothered at all. They maintained the positive attitude, always kept believing that God's own appointed time is the best. After several years being together without a child, Mrs. Bless finally became pregnant with wonderful man. What a great joy it was for everyone who heard the news in the village. Even their success was overjoyed, rejoicing with them. Mr. and Mrs. Blessing had great plans for their children, were prepared to sacrifice anything for their children. For that matter, although they were not financially sounded, they believed that their children were going to be one of the best in the city. For that matter, they named their sons Richmond and Richard, believing that both names begin with rich, so they will be rich in life. As the years went by, these boys began to grow and started schooling. Mr. and Mrs. Bless were very determined to sacrifice everything they had to give their children the best of education. They did not have the privilege to attend any school, but they were willing to push their children as far as the education was concerned. Richmond and Richard started schooling at the village early age in the nearby village, since they did not have any school in Van de Coast. Unfortunately, both of them were not doing very well academically at school. In the class, they always took the last two positions. Richard was always the last, and Richmond took the last but one. Their teachers always complained bitterly about their poor performance in class. Some of the teachers took advantage of that and used abusive words on them. At one time, one of their teachers also explained something he did not understand. He decided to draw the teacher's attention and ask questions. The teacher became annoyed and he said, "You good for nothing twins. How many times do you want me to explain this simple work for you to understand? Your parents are just wasting money on you." The twins became very worried for the words the teacher used against them. These words really hurt Richard. So, when they got home, they wept within them and informed their parents about what happened. Their parents, in response, encouraged them not to bother about the hurting they are going through, but rather concentrate on their education. They encouraged them to learn hard and focus on their education. The following day, they went to school. In the class test conducted, they both performed badly. The teacher who conducted the class test was mad at their performance, so he started insulting them. As if that was not enough, some of the students also began to tease them, ridicule them, good for nothing twins. As students, they became very furious because the students were teasing them. They went home. So as they decided, when they got home, he told their parents about what they experienced in the school. Mr. and Mrs. Bless were very disturbed about the disappointment they had. Richard decided not to go to school again. The mother decided to take her to another school if he wished, but to no avail. In spite of the embarrassment they went through, Richard was determined to stay in the school no matter what the challenges. When the teacher heard that Richard had stopped schooling, he decided to advise Richmond. "Are you also going to stop schooling?" Mr. Kwanzaa asked. "You can also make it. At least, you need to study hard. Stick to your book, and you can make it. Don't mind anybody. Don't stop the school because your brother has stopped." After hearing this encouragement from the teacher, Richmond asked, "How can this be me? What should I do in order to achieve this?" The teacher said, "It is simple. Simple. You need to be firm affirm to your books and yourself. Richmond was very, very, very pleased and encouraged by the teacher. Mr. Kwanzaa, as worried about Richmond, took it upon himself to always give Richmond the necessary advice. Mr. Kwanzaa said to Richmond, "My dear, never mind whatever they are saying or doing at you. It's what they say that should make you stronger and forget about their intimidation." After saying these words to Richmond, Mr. Kwanzaa gave him a card with some words written on it. Mr. Kwanzaa told him to keep the card well and read the words on it. So, the words on the card were read as follows: "If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win, but you think you can't, it is almost certain you won't. If you think you will lose, you've lost. For out of this word, success begins falling on his way. If you think you are outclassed, so be it. Believe in yourself." Richmond was so much inspired by the words on the card. He thanked Mr. Kwanzaa for everything he shared with him. When Richmond got home, he told his parents about everything Mr. Kwanzaa said or shared with him. Mr. and Mrs. Bless went so high to thank Mr. Kwanzaa for what he has done for them. Richmond took everything the teacher told him to heart and started putting them into practice. Every morning, he prayed and said to himself, "I can make it, no matter what." Besides, he studied hard, both at home and at school. One day, when he went to school, straight to Mr. Kwanzaa and told him about how fast he was improving in his academic work, Mr. Kwanzaa told him and was very glad to hear that. He said to him, "Richmond, tell me, what do you want to become?" Mr. Kwanzaa asked him, "I want to become the president of Wonderland." Mr. Kwanzaa said in response, "Yes, president on Wonderland. That's a great dream. Indeed, you can become the president of Wonderland. You know, nothing good comes easily. And to become the president, you need to work out yourself and study hard. Now, when you wake up every morning, affirm to yourself, 'I am the president of Wonderland. And no matter what happens, I know I am the president and I'll fulfill it.'" Good. Richmond befriended his books and studied very hard to achieve his dream in future. Amazingly, Richmond became the best student in the class and even got scholarship. It is interesting to hear that Richmond maintained his position as the best student in class before leaving the school, as it reflected in the results of his final examination. It is amazing that Richmond had distinctions in all his subjects he wrote, and as a result, he got scholarship to go and study in the university. When he got to the university, he moved there. He went back to Mr. Kwanzaa to tell him his achievements and where he is going. Mr. Kwanzaa also thanked him and told him, "I am proud of you. Now, as you are going, always stick to what you want to become. Be focused. Don't let the beautiful things in the city override you." When Richmond got to the beauty city, he was amazed. He saw a lot of things he hasn't seen before, because that was the first time going to the city. People did not notice that because he was able to control his intentions and feelings. In spite of all things that fascinated, he was not carried away by the city life. He always kept in mind the main purpose of Beauty City. That is the study. When he got to the theater, the school was contesting SRC presidency. So he decided to also go for a form. And fortunately for him, he won as the general secretary for the SRC. Now, combining his presidency and academic work was very challenging, but he worked hard and achieved both at the end of it all. Students were very pleased with his work. Besides, he studied hard also to excel in academic work. After Richmond completed university, he had a nice job, a car, and he was given a house in the city in which he completed the university. Every month, Richmond was sent money to his parents and his advisor. After working for some time, Richmond got married to one of his course mates back in the university. They lived comfortable life in the city. Richmond discussed with their wife with the ambition that he wants to become the president of Wonderland. Richmond filed his nomination form as a flag bearer in the political party he belongs to. When it was time for them to vote, out of 8 contestants, he emerged victorious. So he became the flag bearer for his party. And when it was time for the national election, out of 10 contestants, and he was the youngest among them, he became victorious and became the president of Wonderland. The day of the induction finally came. A lot of dignitaries were invited from different countries. So he decided to invite Mr. Kwanzaa, the one who advised him to sit on his toes. I don't know where I will be having this today. If this great teacher is here, he needs to be appreciated. It was a good thing to inspire. I remember there was a time that Mr. Kwanzaa asked me about what I wanted to become in future, and I told him I wanted to become the president of Wonderland. I was really inspired and challenged by what he said to me. He said, "Wonderful, that's a great dream indeed. You can become the president of Wonderland. You were born to be great. So if you want to become the president of Wonderland, you can achieve it." These words were organized, energetic, and made me strong. When Mr. Kwanzaa heard these words from President Richmond, tears dripped from his eyes. In his acceptance speech, President Richmond acknowledged the help and the support of Mr. Kwanzaa. He said, "My parents are indeed blessed. They never used abusive words on me when I even go astray. They always encourage me to study hard academically." Amazingly, the week of induction, Mr. Kwanzaa also got an appointment to Wonderland. Exactly a year in office as president, Richmond built executive mansion and gave it to Mr. Kwanzaa as a gift. When he handled him, Mr. Kwanzaa, Richmond said to him, "Good teacher, always be remembered." Question: what happened to Richard? How did he ended his life? Did he learn a trade? Well, it will amaze you to know that Richard's life ended well. That his brother, Richmond. The question is, how did he make it? Okay, it's time for break. 10 more. Ah, okay. It's not time, eh? 8 minutes more. What happened to Richard? How did his life end? Did he learn a trade? Well, it ended him well. The question is, how did he make it? Get the other volume of the book. Volume 2. 3. Is it 10 minutes? Or so to 20? Which one is it? Just sort them. Amazingly, a week after Richmond's induction, amazingly, a week before Richmond's induction as president of Wonderland, Mr. Kwanzaa also received an award as the best teacher. To Wonderland, Wonder City. He was also transferred from Van de Coast to teach in one of the best schools in Beauty City. Exactly a year in office as president. Richmond when he handed over the keys to Mr. Kwanzaa, Richmond said to himself, God bless you. God bless you. And bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you. Okay. The question is, how did he make it? Well, get the other volumes of this book to know how best the books will help in transforming a life. Um, How? Do not curse darkness. Education is most powerful. Weapon you can use to change the world. How you think determines how far you get in endeavor. Your thoughts controls the direction of your life. A fly. What you make happen for others, God makes it happen for you. The only people who never fail are those who do nothing, and such people are graceful. An old man who by himself carries the all. Okay, we'll go out for break and come. I'll be back. Ah, Intina, also had you. Okay. Woo. Okay. Welcome back from break. Continues. The book by title God Bless Our Homeland Ghana by Lawrence Damani. The recitation was in progress. The boy who stood before the student body and money fixed gaze above the heads of his mates. The same independence. It is. Okay, so by a book by title, The Heritage, One for Us. When Sosu put down his school bag, he didn't notice someone sitting on a plastic chair in porch. He had entered the house from the kitchen where he knew his mother was at work. He felt tired. The distance from their home, the distance from their home was far enough to make him sweat. It was only walking distance, but Sosu always arrived home sweating and wished he didn't have to walk. Maybe he could ride a bicycle if he could get one. He was only too happy to put the heavy bag away. Having walked miles from school this late afternoon, he felt too tired to look around. Now he remembered that his mother told him very morning should ask, so what's in this bag of yours? An elephant. My books. Mother. Sasu replied, do you have to carry all your books to school every day? Mother asked. Sasu hasn't thought about that, but he knew his mother was right. No. Didn't need. Don't you have a timetable? Mother asked. I have a timetable. Then you should know what books to take to school each day. Soso had not argued with his mother that morning. But now, as he put his bag down, he knew he couldn't select the books according to his timetable, as his mother wanted him to do. Every book needed by especially now that he was in GHS 3, he didn't want to take chances with his students' studies. What would he say if a subject teacher were to ask, "Hey, Sosu, where is your complete English course book?" He would have stand looking at the teacher's face. Sosu and his sister Vivian were twins. At age 14, they seemed to have a lot of things in common. Their complexion was smoothly dark, something they got from their father, although the same height. They always appeared to walk in the same manner. On teasing at home, in class, they did well in exams. They had never topped the class, but they were glad and being among the best 10. One thing, however, sharply differentiated them. While Vivian was calm and gentle, Sasu was boisterous and often found himself in trouble order. His mother had tried on several occasions to help him deal with that. There was even he remembered this name. He felt slightly angry. But he also remembered something in the morning, just before he left. About what? Sesu asked. Looking at his mother, he saw something in his mother's face, which made him he consoled himself that his mother loved him and Vivian. So, no matter the trouble, she will not panic. The last time they talked, it was about Atipu. Something about him, and Atipu always landed him in trouble. He has warned him never to say anything. Well, for the time being, Sasu entered the kitchen hurriedly. He was never too tired. So, when he dashed into the kitchen, his mother, Mrs. Anku, was standing by the kitchen since washing utensils. Sosu always felt happy when he returned from school to find his mother busy doing house chores. Although she worked in the family store. What are you cooking, mother? He asked, forgetting. No, he always forgot something many times. What did you say? What are you cooking? It's really amazing. How was school? Mr. Nku. Well, it's good to be here. You know, what is it this time? No matter the situation, never give up. Now, Sosu quickly graded the piece of bread. He was about to bite. Can this piece of bread be mine? Yes, of course. Don't try to be smart with your mouth full of food. I knew Vivian wasn't sick. Zasu said. He swallowed against. Vivian entered the kitchen. She was carrying buckets. Well, man was different. I was really sick that day. Okay. Thank you. Vivian said, pouring some water carried into a bowl. Before Uncle could respond. Vivian said, Uncle Sam has come. Uncle Sam has come. He was the right person to monitor and control. Sad things don't come by itself. Uncle Sam lived in a village no one knew about, but always tried to help students to cover up. That is a good motive. Don't say no. Sasu rushed out to check for himself. Uncle Sam was he was such a lovely old man. Uncle Sasu and Vivian called him best friend. Akaro. So, you really made my day. God is in control. Definitely. My God is able. There was one thing Uncle Sam told me about. It's good to get it down. Uncle Sam was 60 years old. Even as Sosu looked for his uncle in the mud. Would you like to be a teacher? Someday, Uncle Sam asked. Don't you know? Or you yourself, you don't want to? Maybe, but I've not dreamt of being a teacher. Later, it inspires. Mr. Mrs. Aku looked Mrs. Aku looked at her son as she is 15. A boy and he's stubborn like that. Oh, it was with you and him in the room. He gave you money to come for it. It's gone well be. She herself locked the door and allowed a mom. Yeah, I come. M'ani nkum nso ɛne ha ka. When Sasu put down his school bag, he didn't notice someone sitting on a plastic chair in the porch. He had entered the house from the kitchen, where he knew the mother would have been work. He felt tired. The distance over there was a bit higher from here to the kitchen. So I decided to monitor few things to see. So Sue watched the payment than what is entitled to. Was it true? So Sue and his sister Vivian were twins. His mother had tried on several occasions to help him deal with anger, but Sosu often landed in arguments with some of his friends, and his argument was baseless. Even as he remembered this name, he felt slightly angry, but he also remembered something. About hurt. More of such dream. A group of recollection. The last time they talked, it was about Atipo. Sometimes it's good to test people's patience. Now, Sesu quickly grabbed the piece of bread. He was about to bite into it when he felt the local bread is not in. Don't say heaven. Uncle Sam lived already in heaven. This was a thing Uncle Sam linked very much, which was why he loved to visit. Although his full name was Daniel Achu Sam, people preferred calling him Uncle Sam. He liked to call himself Teacher Sam, Director of Education, and no longer Teacher Sam. Wow, he has moved to the top. Currently, I'm not surprised. Yes, yes, yes. Sesu had said it. I think so. Would you like to be a teacher? When Sesu dashed out of the kitchen, he just some. Later evening, later in the evening, everyone here becomes Obroni. That's the more. Why did I break? Later than evening, Sesu was about to enter his room when his number went wrong. You and I have to talk. Remember, fear not. We are there to back you. Hi, boy. Jesus returned, and definitely it will go well. Fine, Daddy. One word could change someone's life. The same one word could destroy someone's life. So let's look at the words realistically. Mr. Anku lost his job almost a year ago when the company he joined yes things really happen, why can't we combine to make it a force? Beauty lies in the forest, right there. Right there. Things must work the way they work. It's not easy. Sometimes you go yourself in the wrong path and you need to find jingles. So Sue looked up and booked head. Evening, all the same, combined. I will, but I was once there. So when talking, we understand perfectly. When talking science, we understand perfectly. Municipal, perfectly. Educational, perfectly. So it's good to confess. After confession, you need to be stabilized. Well, Sasu made a funny face and looked at Vivian. The mention of active education teachers alert Sasu. Then I didn't even know someone called Vivian has applied. I am just wondering about something. Are you really Sasu's sister? Sasu looked at Vivian. Uncle Sam took his time. He must be romantic in a way. What is patriotism? Uncle Sam asked. Vivian, patriotism. Patriotism is someone who defends his country.